You are live. You are live. You are live. And you guys are live with me. Hey, this is the Perfect Timing Podcast. Welcome, everybody. Thank you for being here right on time. You must have subscribed and hit the notification bell. Thank you for hitting the notification bell. Thank you for being on time. Welcome to the Perfect Timing Podcast. Remember to guard your privacy and abide by our community guidelines. It's so important. Thank you, YouTube. Oh, welcome. Everybody's welcome. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, everybody. Again, guard your privacy. Welcome to the live chat. Welcome to the live stream. A lot of you may have seen my shorts, my short videos, and you may have never caught me live. You're very lucky today. You've caught me live. We're live every day, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. with geopolitical domestic debates. It's Trump news, Trump news, Trump news. Giving Democrats the boo blues. Giving Democrats the boo. That's what we do every day, man. Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Perfect Timing Podcast, back with the blast, in and out with a dash. Number one, real fast, man. Number one, real fast. Everybody, as you come in, what I need you to do is double tap, hit the like button, man. We call it wiping your feet, man. Here in the podcasting realm, we call it wiping your feet. Wipe your feet as you come in, man. I will appreciate it. I will appreciate it. It's another day in Trump news. It's another day in Magaland. Shout out to all my deplorables. Thank you for tuning in, man, and being here for me. I love you so much. Trump latest news. Allies run from Hormuz. Joe can't quit. QUITS and Cuba next. You know what I like to say here? You know, we started off with a beautiful soliloquy, a beautiful intro. We got my nappy fro growing all out of control, looking beautiful. But you know, I like to do a little intro, and one of the things I like to do is celebrate myself. I love myself, and you know, one of the things I love to say is, I was right, I was right, I was right. You know, I love to say that, man. But today, it's a lot of news going around about Trump and Cuba, but if you subscribe to my channel, if you watch my channel, there's nothing new. There's no new there. You know what I'm saying? What's blue to you ain't blue to me. What's new to you ain't new to me. Double tap the like button. This is what's so powerful about YouTube, independent media. This is why we thank YouTube in the beginning. This is why we ask everybody to be respectful and mindful of the host, respectful and mindful of the chat, guard your privacy and abide by the community guidelines, because this is a powerful medium. This is a powerful tool, and what we do here is a very powerful podcast. So now in the news, and I'm not blaming anyone who doesn't understand the power of the YouTube independent media, but a lot of people are busy. You're going to school, you're going to work, you're in love, you're living your life. You may not know that you find the news first here. Like, I saw the Nancy Guthrie case. They still haven't caught up to me on the Nancy Guthrie case. I've been watching because I know they want to steal my, you know what's so weird about the Nancy Guthrie case is that you have liberals running the Nancy Guthrie case. So we can't be honest about the Nancy Guthrie case. 2 FBI officials have come out and said it's a botched robbery, and they don't think the person is a South across the border. And only reason they're doing that is because it's Democratic media, just like CNN. It's liberal media leading the charge. This is why Nancy Guthrie lost. This is why Nancy Guthrie's gone. This is why Savannah Guthrie lost her mother. Because the liberal Democrats are in charge. They pushed out Kash Patel. They pushed out the FBI. They left the House. And I said weeks ago, how long ago did we solve the Nancy Guthrie case? We said it's South American theft groups. They already arrested 20 people in Texas, but the 20 people they arrested in Texas have committed crimes in Ohio, Wisconsin, and even in California, Los Angeles. I argue that they're operating in Arizona. Why wouldn't they operate in Tucson, Arizona? I said Tucson is connected to Nogales, the Mexican-American border, by Highway 19. Anybody theory about Nancy Guthrie, it's the same thing I'm saying about Cuba. I'm always ahead of the curve. That's why you watch my show. That's why you subscribe. That's why you hit the like button. Anybody's theory about Nancy Guthrie, has anybody told you about how close Nancy Guthrie's home is to Highway 19, Interstate 19, and how Interstate 19 connects to the Mexican-American border in less than an hour? Because they're liberal Democrats, and they think it's racist to talk about the fact that Tucson is a border town. Tucson, just like when you arrested the South American theft cartels in Houston, we have an issue since the Joe Biden, Kamala Harris open border policy. 300,000 people in one day. That's Democratic numbers. 300,000 people in one day came across the border. And guess what? Some of them stayed on the border. Some of them in border towns are having an uptick of crime, a lot of crime. This is before Nancy Guthrie. Before Nancy Guthrie, you have border towns plagued with crime because Joe Biden did not provide them extra money, extra support. He told the Border Patrol to stand down for over 2 years. So you have people overrunning the border, criminals coming here from Venezuela, Trinidad, Agua, TDA. You have Yemenis, Chinese, Indians, all coming here across the border. Do you think maybe there's an uptick in crime and violence in places like Tucson, places like Nogales, places like you? Yeah, there's a motherfucking uptick in violence. I said it, but no one wants to. If you want to know why they can't say that someone from South America or Mexico stole Nancy Guthrie, it's because the liberal Democrats are leading the media. If it comes to me, if it comes to Fox News, I'll do a report on the South American theft cartels who have the same reflector backpacks. Who, you know what else is true about the South American theft cartels? They arrested 20 of them in Texas. I wish somebody would Google me and then tell Savannah Guthrie, hey, is there's black guy on YouTube? He said he solved the Nancy Guthrie case. The South American theft cartels, Nancy Guthrie, the kidnappers were in the house for 40 minutes. How do you stay in the house for 40 minutes? Double tap hit the like button, not enough likes. That's what be fucking up the algorithm because motherfuckers come in early, don't hit the like button and wait to the end and hit the like button. You fucking up my numbers and fucking up the algorithm. Hit the like while you in watching, enjoying the information right now, motherfucker. So how did the kidnappers stay in the house 40 minutes? If you listen to my theory, I solved the case. South American theft groups who are known for home invasions and profiling their victims. They profile NBA basketball players. They've stolen millions of dollars. So when you look at the person who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, this is not a small time crook. They asked for $6 million. That means they've been stealing at that level, at the $1 million level for some time. South American theft groups, SATG, steal millions of dollars. How do they steal millions of dollars? Well, they profile their victims via social media. So they've robbed NBA stars and they even profile Karen Bass, LA mayor. So they wait and watch you on social media. They stalk your house. They go in your house and they steal millions of dollars worth of goods. In Nancy Guthrie's case, they stole a person they thought would be worth millions of dollars, right? So how did they stay in Nancy Guthrie's home 41 minutes? If you listen to my theory about the South American theft cartels and how they operate, their modus operandi, they use the same Ozark backpacks with the reflector lights on them, but in the backpacks, what you don't know about the backpack, what's so important about the backpack? It's not just the fact, why would someone who's going to kidnap a human being have the backpack? See, this is what none of the theories answer. My theory answers why they're wearing a backpack, because the South American theft groups that were arrested in Texas, 20 of them wear the same backpacks. Why are they wearing backpacks? It answers the question of why and how they were in the house for 41 minutes. The South American theft groups have something called signal jammers in the backpack. Today, we're going to talk about more about sleeper cells because Tulsi Gabbard is testifying today. Tulsi Gabbard and I think Pete Hegseth is testifying today about sleeper cells and the uptick of proxy violence on American soil. I said sleeper cells and the uptick of proxy violence on American soil. So when we talk about signal jammers, it's very important to understand the technical capability of people who are not Americans and what they came to do in America. Donald Trump talked about Somalian pirates. Now we got to talk about Hezbollah 901. Is it 910? Put it in the chat. Hezbollah, let me look it up right now. Black Ops sleeper cells in America. Hezbollah, y'all know Hezbollah is an Iranian funded proxy to the tune of $700 million. Somebody put it in the chat. Hezbollah, there it is. Hezbollah, what is it? Is it 910? Is it 910 or is it 901? Unit 910. Unit 910 Hezbollah. Double tap at the like button. Remember, I educated you on Unit 910 from Hezbollah, right? So when we talk about South American theft groups and we talk about what's going on in American cities and American streets, when we talk about Unit 910, when we talk about FBI warning, when we talk about the FBI warning Gavin Newsom, who is proudly talking about blacks are dyslexic and blacks are ignorant because he's ignorant. I don't know how Gavin Newsom became governor. I really don't know how Gavin Newsom became governor, but that was very insulting, Gavin Newsom, to say I'm like black people because I can't read and because I have a low SAT score. That was in very poor taste, but I guess that's what the Democrats and black people on the Democratic plantation want. If you take a look at this right here, Unit 910 is a clandestine unit within Hezbollah, the Lebanese political and militant organization. This unit is responsible for the organization of covert operations outside of Lebanon, including intelligence gathering, logistical support, and establishment of sleeper cells. Its activities are primarily focused on planning, executing attacks against Israel and Western targets globally, right? So I'm the first one on YouTube as to talk about when we talk about the sleeper cells, and we talked about the violence that occurred in New York, the violence that occurred in Austin, Texas. Y'all remember the violence in Austin, Texas, right? Where the guy, as soon as we attacked Iran, there was violence in Austin, Texas, and the guy had on a hoodie that said Allah Akbar, and then he talked about Iran. That happened already. So there, people thought it was just New York. No, it's not just New York. It was the violence in Texas and Austin where the guy was shooting and he had the hoodie on that said Allah Akbar, and he was claiming support for Ayatollah Khomeini, Shia Muslims, and this radical version of Islam that does this type of violence, right? So when we talk about Nancy Guthrie, like, I think these things are linked, and it's very sad. I think they're linked. Definitely that they're linked, and it's very sad that the liberal media is the one in charge of mostly. You got CNN being treasonous, poisonous to American psyche, using propaganda on behalf of Tehran, and then you have the liberal media leading the charge, saying it was a bungled robbery, and trying to infer that it was somebody white or black or American who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie. I said day one, it was nobody white or black that kidnapped Nancy Guthrie, because white guys and black guys know if you kidnap an 85-year-old white woman and go to jail, they're gonna beat you up. It's like doing something to a child. So we have a code of criminals in America. And you are not going to kidnap an 85-year-old woman for a ransom, because you know you might get caught, and when you go to jail, people going to do something mean to you. People, I have a white grandmother. Like, if you are in America, people think because of my skin, but I'm not African, I'm not Nigerian. My family came from the Baptist South. The Mississippi, where my family come from. So I have a white grandmother. There's no way in hell that somebody like me is kidnapping an 85-year-old white woman. And I got a lot of white friends, just like my brother Grady in the chat. Ain't no way in hell Grady would kidnap an 85-year-old white woman. Plus, the type of crime that me and Grady would get into, the FBI knows what type of crime somebody from the inner city like me gets into. It's a certain type of modus operandi. When I looked up TDA, Trinta de Agua, when you look up Venezuelan cartel, when you look up the new generation Jalisco cartel, you can look them up on FBI websites. If you're concerned, if you live in a border town and you're concerned about cartel violence in the border town, and you want to know what type of crimes they commit, shout out to Donald Trump for talking about the Somalian pirates. I said, as you come in, hit the like button, motherfucker. See, what be fucking up my numbers and fucking up the algorithm is motherfuckers come in and watch and get the information and don't hit the motherfucking like button, and it's free. It's free to hit the like button. Hit the motherfucking like button. It's free. How did they stay in Nancy Guthrie's house? If you listen to my theory, it's actually scary, because you could think about Hezbollah and you could think about the sleeper cells having the same proficiency as South American theft groups, because we know Venezuela was working with Hezbollah and Hamas. So when you have people in Nancy Guthrie's home for 41 minutes, Nancy Guthrie had a pacemaker, she had Apple Watch, she had a Nest camera home security system. Why were none of these things activated? South American theft groups, 20 of them arrested in Houston, Texas, profiling high-profile victims, use signal jammers to jam home security systems to allow them to be in the home for an extended period of time. These signal jammers that they keep in the Ozark backpacks, now keep in mind what I am saying to you about my theory about Nancy Guthrie, is the same individuals who got arrested in Texas used the same backpacks that we saw in Tucson, Arizona, except they don't have stolen goods in the backpacks. Why did the guy who kidnapped Nancy Guthrie have a backpack? He couldn't fit Nancy Guthrie in the backpack. What he had was the technology, the signal jammer that is being used by South American theft groups that allowed him to stay in the house. He knew the camera was there. I said that from the beginning because he had been there the week prior. I said that from the beginning that they stalked the house. Well, South American theft groups use social media to stalk their victims. That means it is possible, highly probable, if you listen to my theory, that it was a South American theft group. That means they researched who Nancy Guthrie was via social media. They stalked out the house, which we have video proof of, that they went to the porch a week before they did the actual kidnapping. How they stayed in the house for 41 minutes is because they had these technical proficiencies that the South American theft groups have, these signal jammers that are designed to block her Nest cameras, home security system, and police scanners. They were not worried about police. They were not worried about the security system, just like the South American theft groups in Houston, in Wisconsin, in Ohio, and Los Angeles. These signal jammers allow them to be in these homes for an extended period of time. And they only go to the home when they know that no one will be there because, like I said, they've done their due diligence online and they target high-profile victims. They knew her. They knew she was Savannah Guthrie's mother. They knew they could get millions of dollars because they've robbed people for millions of dollars. Look up, and just so you know, I called TMZ. I called the FBI. I called the police. I'm a black YouTuber. I'm a small channel. They're not listening to me. I called Nancy. I called Savannah. It's not about the $1 million. I called 2 weeks ago. Just so you know, I called 2 weeks ago. I told the FBI, I told everybody my theory. No one is listening because the liberal media doesn't want us to focus on what took place in the Biden-Harris administration and what is going on the Mexican-American border in America and the uptick of violence in border towns and Mexican-American border in America. The liberals don't want ICE in Tucson. The liberals don't want ICE on the border. That's all it is, because if we're being honest about Nancy Guthrie, then the FBI and ICE should have been in Tucson immediately. Because what you understand, if you continue to research Tucson, I told you, Interstate 19 connects Tucson. The kidnappers could have been in Mexico in less than an hour. Do you guys know that? Why hasn't anyone about this theory told you that Tucson is connected to Nogales by Interstate 19 and the kidnappers could have been across the border in an hour? An hour, you guys. But the liberal Democratic media is saying it's a bungled robbery because they don't want people to be focused on South American theft cartels and cartels and Mexican immigrants who came across in the millions. So think about this. Everybody who came across under Biden and Kamala will not get a driver's license in California, will not get a driver's license in Minnesota. Minnesota has driver's license for all. California, Colorado, driver's license for all. But 10 million people by modest estimates came across in 2 years. 10 million people by modest estimates came across in 2 years. All of those people won't find jobs. So this is the reality. A lot of those people who don't have identification, who don't have driver's license, have an inability to find work in America. Can anybody tell me in the chat, what will they do? What will they do? What will they do if they cannot find work? Remember, Joe Biden opened the border without logistical planning. Joe Biden didn't have a hospital for pregnant women. Joe Biden didn't have beds. Joe Biden didn't have bathrooms. Joe Biden said, bring me your hunger and your masses, and didn't have jobs, didn't have food, didn't have places for them to sleep. They ended up in luxury hotels in New York, costing taxpayer dollars. It didn't stop till Doge and Elon Musk stopped payment to those New York and Chicago high rises who were just getting money off of American taxpayer dollars. You got to ask yourself, well, why were these people being housed in five-star hotels in New York? Why were they given five? Because Joe Biden opened the border without logistical planning. And what I am saying to you is everybody won't get a job. So now Trump comes in, he shuts down the Joe Biden giveaway. So now you have millions of people in the country who don't belong here. We got 2 million people out in 2025. How many people know the number? Double tap, hit the like button. It's not enough motherfucking likes. Hit the motherfucking like button. It's free. How many people was deported in 2025? 2 million people, 600,000 by ICE, over 1 million people self-deported. But still, that remains an estimate of over 8 million people still in the country, and they haven't found jobs. That means they got to find money. They got to find food. I am explaining to you that we have South American theft groups operating on the border of America. They just arrested 20 people in Houston, but not all at once. What you need to understand about the arrest in Houston is that it was incremental. 6 people here, 6 people there, but they were able to connect them all into one. Now listen to this. There are 2 current, I don't know what you want to call them, groups, cartels, gangs, that use these signal jammers and practice home invasions of high-profile clients. In the report I played, there's an Ecuadorian cell and there's a Colombian cell. Listen to me closely now. I said the people arrested in Houston, there is an Ecuadorian cell and there is a Colombian cell. How can I say that? Because the Ecuadorian leader who was arrested with the signal jammer testified that he has sold similar signal jammers to the Colombian cell. So there is an Ecuadorian cell doing high-profile home invasions using signal jammers to block home security systems, and they work alongside a Colombian cell who they have also shared technology and reconnaissance with. As we get into Hezbollah 910, as we get into Hezbollah, because Gavin Newsom said there's nothing to worry about. Gavin Newsom said there's nothing to worry about. I'm telling you about, not only do we have Unit 910, a Hezbollah Lebanese sleeper cell group that focuses on violence outside of the Middle East. Did you guys know that? Does anybody know who Hezbollah even fucking is? Double tap, hit the like button. Do you even fucking know who Hezbollah is? Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy. While everybody wants you to empathize with Palestine, empathize with Gaza, empathize with Iran, you don't know who you're empathizing with. Well, Hezbollah 910 is an Iranian proxy given hundreds of millions of dollars by the IRGC to cause havoc in America. They've already been very violent. Tulsi Gabbard is testifying today. Tulsi Gabbard is testifying today about the uptick of proxy violence on American soil, and I am educating my audience about Hezbollah Unit 910 and South American theft groups that are already here in America, that are already causing damage. Austin, Texas, Allah Akbar. Austin, Texas, Allah Akbar. Killing motherfuckers with a hoodie on. This big black motherfucker in Austin, Texas with a hoodie on. Did you guys forget? I didn't forget. Did you guys forget? And then you got the people, 2 people arrested in New York, 2 American citizens. Do you know the background of Hezbollah 910? So Hezbollah 910 background is naturalized citizens who get good jobs, go to work, and wait to be activated by Iran. Good jobs, go to work, and wait to be activated. So let's break down the 2 people arrested in New York City. They happen to be American citizens. I said the 2 young men, 18 and 19, Ibrahim and Samir, were arrested for throwing homemade devices made with TATP. Anybody look it up in the chat. TATP, 18, 19 years old. But this is the thing that's so complicated and so spooky about the situation. As we get into Hezbollah 910, Tulsi Gabbard, Pete Hegseth, Department of War, Iran on the retreat, Trump kicking major ass, Trump news, 18, 19-year-old, but they had a storage shed full of that bullshit. They had a car full of that bullshit. They threw 2 devices that day, but they were 18, 19 years old. The thing that's so scary about the situation that pisses me off, that pisses MAGA off, these individuals live better than me and you ever lived. Both of these naturalized citizens, one of them was from Afghanistan, another one, Pakistan and Turkey, right? They lived in a $2.5 million mansion in Pennsylvania suburbs. Now listen to this. Now think about a black mom. Think about my black mom, and think about your white mama, right? You remember stove top stuffing? Think about how we grew up. And think about how your mama would whoop your ass if you got in the car and drove all the way from Philadelphia to New York just to call some shit. She would say, perfect. You got in my car and drove your black ass all the way to New York. What is your problem, boy, that you felt so angry that you would get in the car, drive to New York? Now, keep in mind, that they drove to New York from Philadelphia. I provide, think about a black mama. I didn't work so hard. I didn't bought this $2.5 million house. You live in this beautiful neighborhood. You got a brand new car. I don't know what I'm going to tell you. What am I telling my? You live in a $2.5 million mansion, brand new cars. You an American citizen. You could be in a theocracy. You could be in Iran. You know, Iran under Shia Islamic rule, where they beat up people for dancing on TikTok. You know, they beat up a woman for dancing on TikTok. They killed her. They beat up gay people. So you're in America. You're an American citizen. You've been given a gift. You don't have to live under the Iranian theocracy. You don't have to live under the caliphate. Can we get this understanding in the chat? These two guys arrested don't have to live under the caliphate. You guys want to empathize with free Palestine, free Gaza. What about the caliphate? What about all of the women in Iran who get beat up for being women, who can't go to school, who can't drive, who can't dance, who wear 3/4 of cloth? And again, this was on TikTok. So I'm not talking about the 1970s. I'm talking about right now today, Iranian leadership, the theocracy, the Islamic Shia fist, this version of Islam in Iran beat up a woman for dancing on TikTok. On TikTok. Not in the 1960s, on TikTok, right? So this 18 and 19-year-old, you could be living under that regime. You could be living under that theocracy. No, you have a gift. You are an American citizen. Your parents were naturalized. You were 18, 19 years old. You live in a multi-million-dollar mansion in Pennsylvania. You don't even live in New York. You don't even live in New York. Think about how complex, when we talk about Hezbollah 910, when we talk about South American theft groups, we talk about signal jammers, we talk about the proficiency, when we talk about the proficiency of these individuals, what they can do and what they came to do, right? So you live in a multi-million-dollar mansion, but still you got in your car and drove all the way to New York and now think about that. But before they got in their cars and left their multi-million-dollar mansion and their U.S. citizenship, because that's all gone. I say we send them back to the Islamic theocracy. I don't even want to put them in jail in America. I think jail in America would be too nice for these two guys. If we don't give them the death penalty, we should send them back to Iran and let them live under the theocracy, right? Make your wife wear 3/4 of cloth. Make your wife and daughter not be able to use TikTok. Make your wife and daughter not be able to drive. I say an American prison is too good for these two. An American prison is too good for them. Send them back to Iran. Let them live under a Shia Send their mama, send both of their parents back to Iran. Let them live under a Shia caliphate. Because the problem is too many people in America who are empathizing and siding with Iran and siding with Gaza don't know what it means to live under the caliphate. They don't know what it means to live under the caliphate. They don't. They don't know what it means to live under the caliphate. They don't know what it means. They don't know about the Ayatollah Khomeini. They don't know. They just, I don't know. I don't know what they smoking on, man. I don't know what they smoking on, man. But I'm doing my job. I'm doing my job. Double tap, hit the like. We gotta get the motherfucking likes up. Don't come in here, motherfucker, and send cheap shots. If you're gonna send a cheap shot, motherfucker, get the like. If you're gonna send a cheap shot, motherfucker, put up a like. If you're gonna send a cheap shot, motherfucker, put up a like. You feel what I'm saying? Yeah, man. It's not even brainwashed, brother. It's not even brainwashed. They just don't read. They just don't pay attention. And it's such a high. You know how fat people get high off the food? Because I'm a fat motherfucker, man. I love food. And Lavelle Crawford got this joke where he talk about fat people and how fat people love food. Man, I totally relate, man, because he's talking about when you get your food that you love, how you be high. It gives you a high, right? So this is the thing about TDS. This is the thing about TDS. What is This is the thing about TDS. They're high off it, brothers and sisters. They're high off the Trump hate. They don't have a job. They extremely overweight. They didn't dye their hair purple. The shit won't come out because they didn't have enough money to get actual hair dye. You know what I'm saying? They live on the couch. We seen one big bitch walking around. She couldn't even fit her face in the screen. You know what I'm saying? So all they have is their TDS, and they get high off their TDS. Hit the motherfucking like button, motherfuckers. God, dog, hit the motherfucking like button. It's free. Hit the motherfucking like button. It's free. They walk around with their purple hair, and they get high off the Trump hate. They don't have anything else. They don't have a lover. They don't have a life. I say get a book. You remember when we were young, this Gen X, they need to get a book. I don't know what, instead of the purple hair, get a book, go to the gym and get a girlfriend, get a boyfriend, right? But they're getting high off the Trump hate. And I know a lot of time I'm talking ahead of the audience. They're too high off the TDS to even hear me sometimes. They come in, like I said, like a teenager who's never had sex, and they just ejaculate in my chat room. That's why I get them out. That's why I get them out. They can't even hold it. Terrorists are attacks. They don't even listen to the conversation. They don't know the context of the debate, anything. They just come in and they get it off. If they listen, they can learn. They might get off the Democratic plantation. Even if you stay a Democrat, if you listen to me and you stay a Democrat, at least you may be able to articulate to your representatives what you need and what's been missing, right? You could say to your constituents, if you listen to me and you're a Democrat, you could say, I'm not a Republican, right? I'm a Democrat, but I listen to this guy. He's a Republican. He loves Trump. He loves MAGA. And he talked about the Democratic shutdown, and he talked about the subsidies in Obamacare. I am calling you because I'm wondering what's going on with Obamacare and the subsidies. Because when I was listening to his show, he said Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer have the government shut down right now. We have long lines in the airports. He said the Democrats are doing it to cause pay. I don't know if I believe him or not, but he did say something that resonated with me, that ever since this new shutdown has occurred, that no one has brought up the subsidies in Obamacare. So even though I do not agree with him, I want to call you as my Democratic representative to ask about Obamacare, because it's not in the news anymore. No one is bringing up the subsidies. And I thought 21 million people were going to go without health care, and I'm concerned. So if you listen to my show without the TDS, if you take off the racial lenses, if you take off the partisan lenses, you may extrapolate some information from my show that you could move forward with in your life, Democratic or Republican. Democratic or Republican. If you came here as a staunch Democrat, I'm okay with that. Just listen and take off your partisan lenses, take off the racial. Don't listen to me through black and white lenses. Don't listen to me through Democratic and Republican lenses. Listen to the facts and information that I present, and then you move forward. The goal is to create an intelligent electorate, right? To present to you information, because look, CNN is in Iran. CNN, how do you feel about that? Democrat, Republican, CNN is in Tehran, promoting propaganda. They've been caught in several lies. I've done it. Angry Man, I did it first. Angry Man came to me, did it after I did. Hit the like button, double tap. Hit the motherfucking like button, it's free. Abby Phillips, CNN had to issue multiple retractions. CNN is in Iran. They've been caught lying multiple times, lying and promoting propaganda while in Iran, supposed to be in America. How do you feel about this? See, this is what I mean by look at it, take off your racial lenses, take off your partisan lenses, double tap, hit the like button, and do a motherfucking super chat. Let me get my gift. Let me get my goals up. Send the motherfucking super chat, send the motherfucking gift. How you feel about CNN being in Iran and getting caught multiple times lying? Abby Phillips had to issue multiple retractions. CNN steaks and lobster, they lied about the steaks and like they lie and lie and lie. But I think they should lose their ability to be in Iran if you're not going to tell the American people the truth and continue to make up lies to feed the TDS, right? Lie about lobsters, lie about Pete Hegseth, lie about how well we're doing. Traitors. And Trump said he should bring them up on charges because CNN is acting treasonous. Trump is the greatest president. Trump is the greatest president ever did live. Trump is the greatest president ever did live. He didn't just say fake news. When he got back in office, he sued, who was it? ABC and CBS. He won $15 million and then $16 million, over $30 million. You know why they never talk about it? Because if you talk about the fact that Trump sued you for propaganda, then we all have to admit that there is fake news. Then the Democrats have to admit that fake news, it was all a Russia hoax. There was a dossier, a Steele dossier. It was all a hoax. It was all fake news. You have to admit it was more than funny. It was more than a joke. It was actual lies being propagated to the American people to demonize people against Donald Trump. So he won over $30 million, 2 separate lawsuits. I showed you the BBC lied on Donald Trump. It's not just a joke. It's not just fake news. It's actually the American media companies lying, getting caught lying, getting sued for lying. But no one talks about this, but independent media on YouTube. No one ever reminds people that, hey, it really was fake news. Do you know I can get in trouble for saying this shit? If I'm, you know, when we were kids, if I'm lying, I'm flying. If I'm lying, I'm flying. See, it really was fake news. They really were lying. They really were propagandized people. Colbert, that's why they get off of TV. Jimmy Kimmel, it really was fake news. It really was a TV program. It really is a social media feed. They really are feeding the sheep bullshit. They really are programming the sheep. And Donald Trump sued them and won because they lied. They lied. They lied. And you've never seen $30 fucking million. That's how much they lied. $15 million from one broadcast network, $16 million from another broadcast network, and possible $1 billion lawsuit against the BBC. And a possible $1 billion lawsuit against the BBC. Ian said, hold on, Ian, let's give him some shine. Let's give him some shine, bitch. Double tap, hit the like button because we got a bitch to roast. Ian said, nobody is watching. Motherfucker, I beg to differ. Motherfucker, I beg to differ. Motherfucker, I beg to differ. Go live, Ian. Go live with your bitch ass. Let's see how many people you get in the box. Go live with your bad ass. Go live with your bitch ass. Let's see how many people you get in the box. I just wanted to call out that bitch real quick. Don't come in here playing with me, bitch. Don't come in here playing with me, bitch. Go live one time. Go live one time talking about ain't nobody watching. I beg to differ, bitch. I see my chat filled. I see my viewers growing every day. Motherfucker, eat a dick. Double tap, hit the like button for that bitch. Double tap and hit the like button for that bitch. It's not enough likes. That's what the fuck I'm talking about. It's not enough likes. It's free, motherfucker. That's what I'm talking about. Say that one more time. Say that one more time. Say that one more time. And they go, yeah. Thank you, baby. The white clothes need to go in the wash. You can switch around the clothes. The white clothes need to go in the wash. You can switch around the clothes. What you say? All right. I did it already, but you could do it some more. I did it with hydroperoxide, so she could probably use another cleaning. All right, thank you. Love you too. Missing perfect timing, you guys. Taco Tuesday, missing perfect timing coming in. Missing perfect timing coming in with the taco drop. This guy is cooked. Is you talking about me? Is you talking about the person I just roasted? Let me put your bitch ass on timeout because I don't know if you just saying something stupid in the chat, so I'm going to put your bitch ass on timeout. Bro, Trump going to lose the midterms and go to jail. Okay, let's highlight this. Let's highlight this person who has a lack of intellect. Okay, I'm not even gonna curse you out because you didn't really be disrespectful, right? And it's a KS. I don't know how to say that, but CS 225, bro. Trump going to lose midterms and go to jail. So that's not really like a disrespectful comment. It's just not an intelligent comment, right? So I'm not going to call you out of your name, but I am going to highlight the comment because you heard his advisor just resign. Yeah, it's in the title, brother. Joe Kent quits. So I'm glad you staying on topic. But we still that's not gonna get you out of the trouble. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna be too mean, but that's not gonna get you out of trouble for this statement. This statement is a very, very ignorant statement, man. So let's break it down. Let's help some people. Let's help him. Number one, Trump is a lame duck. Trump is not running for office in 2026 or in 2028. Number one. So just when you make the comment, if you're wanting to say that the Republicans will not maintain the House or the Senate, then you have to say to that, because on my channel, for people who subscribe to my channel, one of my things that I say, so I got Mega MAGA Monday, I got Tariff Tuesday, all we do is win Wednesday, terrific. So one of the things I've talked about numerous to nauseum is the congressional math. When I educated my audience on Jasmine Crockett, why Jasmine Crockett would not win in the Senate, I told my audience that Texas has not sent a Democrat to the Senate in over 30 years, and it's not going to be your sister girl, right? I said that. And we talk numerously and nauseum about the congressional math. When we talk about the budget, when we talk about the SAVE Act, we talk about the congressional math and the numbers in the Senate. Do you know right now what the mathematics is in the House? I believe last time we checked is like 219 to 213. The Republicans have the majority in the House. So what I've said always is what are the numbers, right? What are the numbers? What do the Democrats need to flip the House? This is the terminology you should use. I'm not going to cuss you out. I'm just going to highlight the ignorance in your comment, right? This is how you know there's a difference between the host and people in the chat. This is how I am educating you and people who watch me why you should watch and why you should subscribe. You understand what I'm saying, little man? You understand what I'm saying? Little brother, I just want to educate you real quick. So what you're talking about is whether or not the Democrats will flip the House in 2026. I argue there's a red wave. Hello? I've argued on my channel that when you look at Jasmine Crockett, when you look at Marjorie Taylor Greene having to drop out, when you look at Tim Walz dropping out, when you look at Nancy Pelosi not running, you understand what I'm saying? When you look at Ilhan Omar investigation, $19 billion fraud. When you look at the squad crumbling, right? When you look at Chuck Schumer crumbling under pressure from AOC, right? I don't see a blue wave, right? I've said that people don't see the writing on the wall. Jasmine Crockett ended up crying. Jasmine Crockett ended up in fucking tears, bro. Because I said there is a lack of Democratic enthusiasm. And I was fucking right, bro. I said, why are you surprised? Why the fuck is you? I could have told you was going to lose. Why is she fucking crying? Why is she fucking? Because this ignorant comment that I highlighted. Jasmine Crockett was crying because people think Trump is running in 2026. People think Trump is running. No, Trump is not running. This is a very ignorant comment. This is why Jasmine Crockett lost, because the Democrats don't know how to do politics. The Democrats don't know what the fuck is going on. Trump is not running in 26. Trump is not running in 28. Mark Rubio, who I just gave an A grade. We talked yesterday. And like I said, I'm always ahead of the curve. Am I always ahead of the curve? Didn't we talk yesterday about Mark Rubio? And I said, let's go back to Venezuela. Before we go to Iran, I said, let's lay a foundation. I want to ask you to grade Kamala Harris, grade Joe Biden, and grade Marco Rubio. And then I gave you the foundation that Marco Rubio was in back chats with Maduro in Venezuela. And why are we not talking about Venezuela? It's because Marco Rubio, as secretary, did such a great job in the precursors leading up to us going into Venezuela. I said today they're talking about two things. They're talking about how great Marco Rubio is. They're also talking about Cuba. We talked about all of those things last week. We brought them back on Mega MAGA Monday. Mega MAGA Monday. Today is Terrific Tuesday. Double tap, hit the like button. So we said, Marco Rubio, what would you grade him? Knowing and understanding, because my chat is the best chat on YouTube. My chat, I'm not just saying that to blow smoke or to glaze. My chat, as we broke down Venezuela, as we broke down Maduro, I was talking to my chat because they so brilliant. And I said, chat, why did Maduro look so good coming off the plane? Why did Maduro's wife come with him? And then my chat, very intelligent, just starts spitting out all of this information. Hey, he was in talks, back channel talks with the White House. Hey, Maduro was handcuffed in front of him. Did you know that? I said, God, my chat is on top of it. Maduro was handcuffed in the front. I said, Maduro's wife looked beautiful, right? They said they had a makeup artist because it was part of the plan, part of the conversation that Mark Rubio was having in back channel talks with Venezuela, with now he's in back channel talks in Cuba, right? So we said Mark Rubio deserves an A. So now in today's news, I see a lot of people saying, Trump wants to take Cuba. Trump wants to take. They not giving the people the context. Trump is not taking shit. Cuba is going to be given to us like a Christmas present with a nice, pretty bow. What do you mean, Perfect? What do you mean Trump doesn't have to take Cuba? Well, just like Maria told us about Venezuela, when we went to Venezuela first, and this is for everybody that argues that Pete Hegseth and Donald Trump don't know what they're doing in Iran. When we went to Venezuela first, we did a couple things. We stopped oil flowing to China. We stopped back channel oil tankers going to Russia and going over to the Middle East. We also stopped oil going to another intricate place on the chessboard because this is risk. Donald Trump is playing risk. Donald Trump is the greatest president ever. So when we stopped oil leaving Venezuela, what did we do? So we stopped oil going to Cuba. So today in the news, again, the media is late and $1 short. My mama would say, Mama Shirley, rest in peace. I miss my mother every day. My mother would say, you're a day late and $1 short. You're a day late, media. You're a day late and you're $1 short, and you're not giving everyone the whole story. And it's frustrating. Tell people the truth. Tell people that when we stop oil leaving Venezuela, we cripple our enemies. We cripple communism. And then we stopped oil going to Cuba. So Cuba has been without power for 2 months, but that's not it. But you're not going to hear this whole story on the media. You're only going to hear it here. Double tap, hit the like button. This is why you need to subscribe and hit the like button. Double tap, hit the like button. So we also, Trump followed up with stopping the oil to Cuba, but he followed up and doubled down. He told Mexico and China, if you try to help Cuba, because China is communist also, and Cuba communists and their empathizers and supporters, Trump told Mexico and China, if you try to give Cuba oil or food, I will levy a hefty tariff. So Cuba has not been starving on accident. Trump, Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio has purposely starved out the communist Cuban regime by plan and by design. By plan and by design. Do you guys understand what I am telling you? Today, the news is telling you, I don't know, they trying to make you angry at Trump. I think they want Latin Americans to be angry at Trump when they put in the media, Trump is going to take Cuba. That's not the truth. I'm sorry if you want to hate Trump, but you can find another reason, but that's not fucking true. It's just not fucking true. Trump is not going to take Cuba. Cuba is going to be given to us because America is going to save Cuba. Cuba needs oil. Cuba needs water. Cuba needs food. And the only way America is going to help Cuba is if they give up the communist regime. That means no troops, no bombs, no tanks. That means no American soldiers in Cuba. But Cuba will no longer be communist because of the intricate design of the Trump admin. By going to Venezuela first, we get Cuba without any problems. By going to Venezuela first, we get Cuba without any violence. So when you listen to today, when you see NBC and CNN and Trump is going to take Cuba, Trump is going to take Cuba, Trump is going to, all the Latin Americans going to be protesting. Watch, it's going to be Bad Bunny. It's going to be Bad Bunny all over. Bad Bunny, baila. It's gonna be Bad Bunny all over America. All of Latin America is gonna be in the street dancing and doing the bailar, talking about Trump hates Latin Americans, and that's not actually motherfucking true. But for some reason, American media wants Latin Americans to hate Trump. Maybe it's the Democrats that don't have anything, getting back to the ignorant comment that said the Democrats are going to win. This goes back to that ignorant comment. Why did Biden open the border? Why did Minnesota give billions of dollars to Somalian Democrats? Why do they want Latin Americans to hate Trump? Bailar, bailar. For votes. The Democrats need votes, and the only thing that people vote on is hate. Hate. So if we can get Latin Americans to hate Trump, maybe they'll vote Democratic. So today, there is a plan behind the liberal propaganda who say Trump is trying to take, keyword take, T-A-K-E. You remember the movies by Liam Neeson's? You remember Liam Neeson's? We love Liam Neeson's. Sandra Bullock's and Liam Neeson's. Who you like better? Put a 1 in the chat. Sandra Bullock's. Put a 2 in the chat for Liam Neeson's. Are you a Sandra Bullock's or Liam Neeson's? In the Taken movies, see, they want to tell America Trump is going to take Cuba. Not that Cuba is communist and anti-American and has been working in back channel talks with China against America, giving technology and all type of shit. They don't talk about that. They don't talk about Venezuela being communist sympathizers and working in back channels with China and Hezbollah and Iran proxies. That's never the motherfucking conversation. The conversation is, somebody said Sandra Bullock's. Shout out to you, Century. No, Sandra Bullock's. I like Liam Neeson's. Who my favorite is Jason Statham's. I like Jason Statham's. I like... Right now, just me and my wife last night, we started watching Young Sherlock Holmes. And I was saying, baby, let's watch Young Sherlock Holmes. And when it came on, it said Guy Ritchie was doing it. And I got excited. And my wife teases me because I'm black and I know all this shit, right, about this culture. And she like, you the whitest black guy I've ever met in my life. My wife is Sicilian, right? So she loves teasing me about all of my back in black. I hit the side. I feel so good. I'm bad to be back. I'm back in black. I'm back in black. So she always be teasing me. So we watching Young Sherlock Holmes, and then Guy Ritchie is the guy doing it. So I got excited. So I'm like, oh man, Guy Ritchie, he was married to Madonna. Now she's Sicilian. Now keep in mind, she's Sicilian. So I say, Guy Ritchie, he's married. He was married to Madonna. She looks at me like, this. I was about to say the N-word. Don't say that. She look at me like, this motherfucker. She don't have a frame of reference for Guy Ritchie or Madonna because she's in her 30s. So she's like, I don't give a fuck about Madonna or Guy Ritchie. And I'm like, no, he made Snatch. Again, blank stare. I'm like, what the fuck, man? What? I'm like, he made Snatch. He made Lock, Stock, and Two Smoking Barrels, and I start naming these films. My wife is like, what the fuck? Oh wow. Oh, so be that as it may, she doesn't know anything about, Jason Statham's and Liam Neeson's and Sandra Bullock's, and I was just but God, it's a good show. Everybody, we should if y'all want, y'all join, be a member. Become a member of the channel, and we could do a members only live stream, and we could talk about Young Sherlock Holmes. In the Moriarty is friends with Sherlock. It is so good because if you follow Sherlock, I'm like, this is a great way to tell a story. Moriarty was friends with Sherlock, and when they were young, before Sherlock became a detective. So this is a great, and Guy Ritchie is doing it. It's over there. It's like Snatch and all that shit. So we could do a members only live stream, and we could talk about Young Sherlock Holmes. If you guys want to do that, y'all let me know in the comment section if you guys think that's something you want to do. I would like to do that. Double tap, hit the like button. See, this is what be happening with the algorithm, you guys. This is why I be saying, like, you have to hit the like. A huge favor right now. Everybody watching, do me a big favor. It's free. A lot of you old motherfuckers, I know you're scared because you old and you afraid if you double tap the screen, it's going to go to somebody else. And you don't want to watch anyone else. You want to watch me. Thank you for watching me. I love you. I want you to watch me, but I want other people to watch me too. So I need your old ass to double tap the screen. Please. I need your old ass to do this. Boop, 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 boop. I need your old ass to double tap the screen, man. It's free, bro. It's free, bro. So people that get legal citizenship that day, it's set, and for generations of assimilated citizenship they could run for office. People from other countries is changing our theirs, and that is, yeah, man, the Democrats. A lot of people had wondered, but I had Tom Homan. So for a long time on my channel, we were debating because I couldn't just put out. I'm not sure why Joe Biden opened the border, but I had Tom Homan on Bill Maher. Hey, Bubba J, shout out to you, Bubba J. Hey, good to see you, Bubba J. Good to see everybody, man. Double tap at the like button. Tom Homan was on Bill Maher, and Bill Maher asked Tom Homan, why do you think Joe Biden, Kamala Harris opened the border? Tom Homan, he is the head of Homeland Security. He worked for Barack Obama and Bill Clinton. In my chat yesterday, shout out W Chat. I got the most intelligent chat on YouTube. This is the #1 channel for political news, geopolitical debate. This is the #1 live stream early in the morning on YouTube, early morning, afternoon, every day at 1 p.m. We are the #1 live stream for geopolitical and domestic debate. Tom Homan was on with Bill Maher, and Bill Maher asked him, why do you think Bill Biden opened the border? And in my chat has said, they opened the border for votes. They opened it perfect. Just listen to me. I promise you. Democrats opened it. And I'm like, man, I can't be sure about that. Tom Homan, when asked by Bill Maher, why do you think Biden opened the border? Tom Homan said, I believe the Democrats opened the border for votes. In my chat, when we talked about the Minnesota fraud, the $19 billion Minnesota fraud, in my chat, very early, my chat, the most intelligent, the most capable chat on YouTube, perfect. It was a circle. They were recycling the money. Biden had this money, right, from COVID. Biden gave it to Tim. Tim and the Democrats devised the plan, allegedly, this is my opinion, devised the plan how to get the money back into Democratic coffers. How could they get these billions back recycled through the Democratic Party? So they used this immigrant population, the Somalians and Ilhan Omar, through enrollment-based funding. Right now in California, Nick Shirley is talking about daycares with nobody in. And the thing about Nick Shirley is, Nick Shirley, I love him, but he's like a cartoon. Because Nick Shirley is not telling people what's happening in the daycares. So Democrats create this policy where I'm going to pay you in advance. The Leering Center was empty. Why was the Leering Center empty? Why are daycares in California empty? Well, because the Democrats created a system to recycle the money back into the Democratic coffers. It's called enrollment-based funding. They told Somalians to open daycares, enroll their mamas, their cousins, and their uncles, and I'm going to pay you on enrollment. Sign up for this computerized system. I'm going to pay you in advance. So the Leering Center got $1.9 million per year, but they got it before the year was even over. How do you pay a school in advance? Listen to me. How do you pay a school? Because you have to pay a school on who attends, right? So how do you pay a school in advance on a computerized basis? Well, you can pay a school in advance if you pay them based on the amount of students that they have enrolled versus the students who actually attend. And Nick Shirley never taught you this. No one ever talked about this. Why was the Leering Center? Listen to me right now. Listen to me right now. Autopay. Why is the Leering Center still open? Right to this day. Do you guys realize, and you should be upset, Democrat, Republican, black or white, it don't matter if you're black or white. Why was the Leering Center never shut down and nobody ever arrested? Nick Shirley never explained that to you. No one ever explained to you. Why is the Leering Center still able to operate and never had to give back the millions of dollars despite not even spelling the fucking name correctly? Never have to give back millions of dollars and never even spelled the name correctly. Do you know why? They did not break the law. They were acting under Biden policy. Now, keep in mind, Trump stopped it on January 5th. Trump stopped this policy, but Nick Shirley and nobody ever educated you about how and why the Leering Center never got shut down and no one ever got arrested. It was because something called preferred seating that gave preferential treatment to Somalian daycares above American citizens. It's not even believable how the Democrats did this fraud. I said preferential seating, preferred seating. So if you were an everyday mom or dad, you know, white or black, and you wanted your child to go to a good Montessori in Minnesota, you would have to be in line behind the Somalians, because the Somalians, because of their status, had something called, wait for it, you guys, preferential seating. Yeah, see, Nick Shirley didn't educate you about the policy. Right now, the Supreme Court, the Democrats are trying to fight Trump, revoking Somalian TPS, temporary protection. Somalians were given temporary protection to come here. Did you guys know that? We protected the Somalians from whatever was happening in their country. Because America is a great country. Americans are great people. We wanted to help the Somalians. They came here and stole 19 billion. Now, keep in mind, when they stole the 19 billion, 80% of them were on welfare. But what I wanted to educate you about this morning is the way that they recycled the money back into Democratic coffers is they said, hey, we don't care who shows up. You're not going to get in trouble if no children attend the daycare. The law didn't require the Leering Center to educate kids. That's why the name was wrong. And the law didn't require that the kids actually attend the daycare center. That's why he can go to many daycare centers and no one was in attendance. They were getting paid based on enrollment. And I broke the story here. They were getting paid based on enrollment. These were Democratic policies that were supported by Biden and they were supported by Tim Walz. But listen to this. Listen to this. This is something else you may not know, and how close we were to national fraud and national Somali theft from these Somali pirates. Guess how Tim Walz became vice president? Tim Walz became vice presidential nominee because Barack Obama tweeted out his love and support for these same programs. Barack Obama championed Tim Walz. Hey, Tim, I love what you're doing in Minnesota. Hey, Tim, keep up the good work in Minnesota. Now, most Americans didn't know that Barack Obama had put his finger on Tim Walz to be next based on these welfare programs. You know who was watching Barack Obama champion Tim Walz? Kamala Harris. Kamala motherfucking Harris. So if Tim Walz and Kamala Harris win these same policies that Barack Obama, the Black Wakanda, King Yo Mama, who is in the Democratic shadows, still running things. So you worried about Trump. I don't know why you're worried about Trump. Barack Obama, his Democratic Wakanda mama, is still in the background running things. They would be able to implement the same welfare state in Minnesota nationally. The goal of Kamala and Tim Walz was to bring the welfare state of Minnesota national. The goal of Gavin Newsom is to bring the broken welfare state of California national. I ask you all the time, do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want a San Francisco in Ohio? Do you want a San Francisco in Arkansas? Do you want secret conversations at the elementary school level with your young child about transgender rights? Do you want the schools to have a right to have a secret conversation with your son or daughter about whether or not they want to cut off their pee-pee. Because in California, there was a law and a policy that said schools can have secret conversations with our children to cut off their pee-pee. But the Supreme Court under Donald Trump, the greatest president to ever live, the Supreme Court just told California stop, but under Joe Biden, under Kamala, under Tampon Tim, under Tampon, remember, Tim Walz put tampons in the boys' bathroom. So you could assume if Kamala Harris and Tim Walz win the presidency, these secret conversations go national. These policies go national. It's now Californication for the nation. Now you are no longer a parent. See, the Supreme Court told California that violates the 14th, the 5th, something amendment, and it violates parents' rights. And parents get to guide the children's upbringing, right? But in California, there was a law. I know, I live in California. I'm a father in California. It was terrifying. I promise you, those 4 years under Biden was the most terrifying 4 years of my life. Those 4 years under Biden was the most terrifying 4 years of my life. I live in California, so that's why I know about the details. A lot of you may have heard about these secret conversations. Some of you may have heard about the Supreme Court ruling that told California that you could not have these secret conversations. How many of you know about the details that they had legislated 3 separate conversations incrementally in the elementary school, that one would happen in kindergarten, one would happen in 3rd grade, one would happen before you left elementary school. 3 separate conversations, and the language was pre-formatted language, and they would ask your child these pre-formatted questions. Now keep in mind, these questions would elevate. In these 3 conversations, the first conversation in kindergarten, because kids may not know a lot about sex, they're not as intense as the 2nd and 3rd conversation. By the time you get to the 3rd secret, now think about this, these conversations were legislated to be secret from parents. By the time you got to the 3rd conversation in 5th or 6th grade, it was explicit. Now keep in mind, we have transgender library reading to kids on the weekends. This is Biden administration. This is what I mean by Californication for the nation. Keep in mind, we have transgender reading to kids in libraries on Saturdays. So by the 5th or 6th grade, the conversation was very, very intense about whether or not you wanted to cut off your pee-pee. This is very true in California. And this was the law until Donald. When they ask why black men voted for Trump, do you know how much we got what we voted for? That wasn't happening in California. Please tell me what was happening in California. Let's look it up. Let's look it up, because I love talking about this. Supreme Court blocks California secret, what was that, California policies on transgender school secret on March the 2nd, 2026, the U.S. Supreme Court temporarily blocked California policies that prohibited schools from informing parents if their child changes their gender identity or pronouns at school without the student's consent. The 6-3 decision, driven by conservative judges, favors parents who claim these so-called parental rights policies violated their First Amendment and religious freedom. Case background. The emergency request focused on policies that barred staff from outing transgender students to their parents, which critics argue violated parental rights to know about their child mental health and social transition impact. The ruling halts California law while litigation continues in lower courts, allowing schools to inform parents about student gender transitions for now. So if Gavin Newsom runs for president, this is what you're looking at. I love educating the audience. I love educating the electorate, because what you need to understand is that Gavin Newsom still wants this in California, and he wants this for the whole entire nation. Double tap, hit the like button. Shout out to Eric Jordan for the $2. Spit none but facts. I live in California. I'm reading it. I'm reading it, Eric. They ain't got to believe me. Legal arguments. The majority indicated that the policy likely violated the rights of parents who have sincere religious objections to social transition, according to the AP. Do you guys know? I just do my job, man. I just do my job, man. That's what I do. I just do my job, man. Supreme Court halts California. I just do my job, man. I just do my job, man. I love educating the people, man. I just do my 1-2, man. I just do my 1-2. This is the best podcast on YouTube, man. I say Trump news, Trump news, Trump news, giving Democrats the boo blues, giving Democrats the boo. Supreme Court halts California trans student privacy protections. Double tap hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen.
Temporarily blocked a California policy that limited when teachers can tell a student's parents about their gender identity, specifically for students who are transgender without their consent. Just 2 months after California rolled out its transgender student privacy protections, which includes part of the Safety Act, the Supreme Court has hit pause. This means schools could once again inform parents about a child's transgender identity. Now, in a 6-3 split decision on Monday, the court's conservative majority sided with parents and teachers, represented by the conservative legal group, the Thomas More Society. The order reinstates a lower court ruling allowing schools to notify parents when a student expresses a transgender identity at school, even if the student doesn't want them to. Now, California's policy and related state law were designed to protect transgender and gender nonconforming students, especially in situations where telling parents could put the student at risk. Now, Governor Gavin Newsom argued the law balanced privacy and well-being by limiting mandatory disclosure while still allowing voluntary communication, respecting parental rights under federal law. But in the lawsuit, parents and some teachers argued the policies basically forced students to keep a student's transgender identity from their parents. They argue that this violated the parents' rights and, for teachers, clashed with their religious beliefs and free speech rights. The Supreme Court paused California's protections while parents and teachers continue to debate the policy. This issue has been politically charged. During his 2026 State of the Union address, President Trump highlighted a young woman named Sage Blair. He said that when she was 14, school officials in Virginia sought to socially transition her to a new gender, hiding it from her parents. She ran away and was found by authorities, and a judge ordered her into a juvenile facility for adolescent males, essentially a group home or residential setting with boys, because she was identifying as a male at the time. A lawsuit filed by her parents claims that while she was there, she was sexually assaulted, exposed to drugs, and did not receive appropriate medical or mental health care. Now, it is important to note that this is just a temporary emergency order, not a final decision on the merits. The case will continue in the lower courts, and it highlights a broader national debate: how schools balance student safety and privacy with parents' constitutional rights, especially around sensitive topics like gender identity.
Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the Trump Supreme Court. Do you think the Supreme Court got it right? Are parents supposed to be involved? I mean, it's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer. Are parents supposed to be involved? Of course, parents are supposed to be involved. But I want to hear from you. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you think the Supreme Court got it right? Did I say happy St. Patrick's Day yet? Put a Supreme Court if you think put a 1 in the chat if you think the Supreme Court got it right. Put a 2 in the chat if you think California got it right, because this is a real question, because Gavin Newsom is going to be running for president. Right? This is a real question because Gavin Newsom is going to be running for president. So what we just did, we talked about Tim Walz and Tim Walz Minnesota for all, welfare for all policies going national if Kamala wins. And then I wanted to break that down because Gavin Newsom is in the news, but you know who we fuck with? We fuck with Marco Rubio. Marco Rubio. And what I said was yesterday we gave Marco Rubio a grade. And I wanted people in my chat to give Marco Rubio a grade because we've been saying Vance Rubio 2028. Vance is looking great. Rubio is doing even better, right? And this is to me, it was obvious. To me, it was obvious how well Marco Rubio is doing. But I laid a foundation. What part of the country you from? I'm from California, man. I'm from California. I'm not voting for Newsom. California, I'm disappointed on our choices for Republican candidates for governor because I don't believe California would vote Democrat. You know, California gave us the governor. We've been through this before with horrible Democrats. Y'all remember Enron? Who remembers Enron in California and how California gets ripped off, you know, all the time, not just by Gas and Gavin Newsom, but this happened before with Enron in the last Democratic leadership. So that's how we got the governor. Because we got tired of Democrats ripping us off, lying to us, allowing these companies to rip us off and treat us like shit. That's how we got the governor. People forget that we elected a Republican. That was Arnold Schwarzenegger, the governor. And I believe if we had a prominent Republican right now, California would vote red and we would stay red for the next 10, 20 years because Gavin Newsom has fucked us up so bad. Gavin Newsom has fucked us over so bad, bro. So bad. Gavin Newsom has fucked us over so bad. I promise you we would vote red and there would never be a blue in California again, bro. Gavin Newsom fucked us over that bad. But I'm not really happy about the people running for Republican, but you know I'm voting red. You know I'm voting red. I don't even know what blue look like. If it blue to you, it blue to me. It ain't blue to you, it blue to me. But you know, that's the sheriff, right? That's the sheriff, right? That's the sheriff, right? I'm leaning toward them. That's the sheriff. Oh, you know, I'm in Sacramento right now. That's the sheriff, right? In Riverside. Is that in Sacramento? Is he in Northern California or Southern? But that's the sheriff, right? Yeah, I'm leaning toward the sheriff too. And we're talking about the governor of California, the Republican candidates that look good to us in California. Then you better keep an eye on the polls. Make sure everything is being done correctly. You know it, man. California is notorious for what, you know, with the mail-in ballots. That's why I support Trump and the SAVE Act. You know, it's an insult to say that black people don't. He's in Riverside. Is that in Southern California, right? It's an insult to say that black people can't get an ID. But yesterday I was saying, yes, absolutely insult. To go everywhere in life to get a job, you need an ID. And to let these white liberals use black Americans as a scapegoat, they always want to use black Americans. If you have one reason to not vote Democrat as a black person, it's how they say, if you don't vote for me, you're not black. And how they say, well, black people can't get IDs. And how Gavin Newsom said today, well, I got a low IQ and I'm dyslexic, so I'm like you. Do y'all hear this shit sometime? I'm serious. Do you hear the shit that they say? It's so insulting, bro. I mean, they do not care about their black electorate, bro. I don't know how the fuck you can stay a Democrat, bro. They do not fucking give a fuck about you, man. And they insult you and they use you. How the fuck is it on blacks for not having voter ID and voter registration? This goes back to when we get into Iran and the whole thing about the proxies and the whole thing about Russia and these old motherfuckers in the Senate talking about this Cold War bullshit. This is 19th century shit. That's why it's Chuck Schumer and old 80-year-old motherfuckers talking about their youth in the 1960s and voter ID. Motherfucker, Jesse Jackson just died. Do you know it's 2026? We don't need your fucking ass caping for us in 2026 about some 1960 woes that you have. Shit. Fucking save that. It's a no-brainer, Chuck Schumer. But yesterday I asked you guys to give a grade to Marco Rubio because I said I've noticed how well Marco Rubio was doing, right? And then I said today how we're ahead of the curve. Remember I said we're ahead of the curve, right? I said if you watch me, there's a reason why you watch me. There's a reason why you subscribe, donate, hit the like button. It's because I present to you great information first, that I've done due diligence and research, and it's backed up by the fact that after you learn something from me, then you see it in the media. So I said, give Marco Rubio a grade. Didn't we do that yesterday? I said, give Marco Rubio a grade, right? Because I said Marco Rubio is kicking major ass, and it looking like Marco Rubio in 2028. Now look at these motherfuckers today. They've been watching my shit, bro. Marco Rubio is defying every odd they pinned on him. Even CNN can ignore you. Marco Rubio is hot, hot, hot. Marco Rubio is hot, hot, hot. That's why you watch my channel. I be on my shit, bro. This what happened.
This morning, it is never too early to talk about 2028, the approaching presidential election. It is getting closer and closer and closer. And
we talk about it every day. I said 2026, we in a mix. 2028, MAGA's doing great. He said it's never too late. You is late because we already winning, baby. You is too late. You is too late. You is too late. Double tap hit the like button. They is too late.
This morning, it is never too early to talk about 2028, the approaching presidential election. It is getting closer and closer and closer. And one person who may very well be rising, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, front and center with the war in Iran, but also rising. Like, look at these smiles. Look at this. Look at the way they're looking at each other there. All right, with us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry.
I'm looking at you with that same
It's the
smile.
same way that they look at each other here. Look, when you talk about the prediction markets, how has, what's happened to Marco Rubio's stock over the last few weeks?
Marco Rubio is hot, 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 like a summer heat wave. I mean, just take a look here. Over the last 6 months, Chance Rubio's the 2028 GOP presidential nominee. He was just at 7% 6 months ago. Hello, up like a rocket, 27% chance now. What is that? That's quadrupling his chances in 4 months' time. Marco Rubio's chances, according to the Kalshi prediction markets, way, way up.
Okay, why?
Why? Why are his chances way, way up? Well, one of the reasons why his chances are way, way up is because the MAGA base really likes the U.S. military action in Iran. Take a look here. Okay, MAGA GOP on the U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. Nearly 9 in 10, 89% approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. That is the MAGA GOP base. Just 9% disapprove of it. This is tremendously popular among the Republican base. And of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, overseeing the effort. It seems to me that a lot of people are taking that into account, including President Donald Trump, who has been smiling an awful lot at Marco Rubio.
Marco Rubio is hot, 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 hot like a summer heat wave. But it's not just his good work on Iran. It's not just the MAGA 80% approval rating in invading Iran. It's the foundation we discussed on the Perfect Timing podcast. Double tap hit the like button. It's Mark Rubio getting Maduro and his wife out of Venezuela without any harm. It's Mark Rubio taking down Cuba without one soldier, making sure that it's a domino effect that we went to Venezuela first, that we get Cuba, and when we take Iran, we neutralize Russia and China. It's Marco Rubio.
This morning, it is never too early to talk about 2028, the approaching presidential election. It is getting closer and closer and closer. And one person who may very well be rising, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, front and center with the war in Iran, but also rising. Like, look at these smiles. Look at this. Look at the way they're looking at each other there. All right, with us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry.
I'm looking at you with that same
It's the
smile.
same way that they look at each other here. Look, when you talk about the prediction markets, how has, what's happened to Marco Rubio's stock over the last few weeks?
Marco Rubio is hot, 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 like a summer heat wave. I mean, just take a look here. Over the last 6 months, Chance Rubio's the 2028 GOP presidential nominee. He was just at 7% 6 months ago. Hello, up like a rocket, 27% chance now. What is that? That's quadrupling his chances in 4 months' time. Marco Rubio's chances, according to the Kalshi prediction markets, way, way up.
Okay, why?
Why? Why are his chances way, way up? Well, one of the reasons why his chances are way, way up is because the MAGA base really likes the U.S. military action in Iran. Take a look here. Okay, MAGA GOP on the U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. Nearly 9 in 10, 89% approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. That is the MAGA GOP base. Just 9% disapprove of it. This is tremendously popular among the Republican base. And of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, overseeing the effort. It seems to me that a lot of people are taking that into account, including President Donald Trump, who has been smiling an awful lot at Marco Rubio.
Now, you wouldn't notice if you've been watching some of the liberals, because they've been talking about how everybody is scared about Iran and people don't approve of Iran. But I just presented to you some counter narrative right there. I said that's what we do here, is counter narrative. Marco Rubio is polling very high. Now, is it Vance Rubio or is it Vance Gabbard? Put a 1 in the chat for Vance Gabbard. Put a 2 in the chat for Vance Rubio 2028. Would you vote for Vance Gabbard or would you vote for Vance Rubio 2028? Earlier in the podcast, we had a question from a listener about 2026. And I started to educate the listener on whether or not the Democrats had the numbers to flip the House. I hope you were paying attention to that professor lesson that I gave you earlier. And I hope when you move forward in your debates and your political discourse, you now refer, when you said earlier, you intimated to Trump winning in 2026 and Trump winning in 2028. And I educated you to let you know what you wanted to say is the Democrats will flip the House in 2026. So I'm just asking you now, do you have a better understanding of that now? And can you speak to how it is the Democrats will flip the House when you see the excitement? Because I said Jasmine Crockett, what happened to Jasmine Crockett, what's going on with Tim Walz, what's going on with Nancy Pelosi. Tim Walz can never run for office again. He's stepping down. Nancy Pelosi stepping down. Jasmine Crockett was basically fired by Greg Abbott and Donald Trump. I don't see any excitement on the Democratic left. I'm not trying to player hate. I'm not trying. Marjorie Taylor Greene can't run again because she doesn't have the backing of MAGA. MAGA said fuck MTG because she was a traitor toward Trump. Now remember, Marjorie Taylor Greene said she dropped out of the race because Trump called her a traitor. I call bullshit. Because do you know why? Jasmine Crockett went viral for saying she's a bleach blonde, bad built body. Y'all remember that? Bleach blonde, bad built body. Jasmine Crockett called you 6 different names since Sunday. It went viral. They made hip hop songs. They made dances, MTG, but you didn't step down. You didn't get down. You didn't go down. But Trump calls you a traitor because you align yourself with Democrats on Epstein files, and it turns out Trump was right. Trump was the only whistleblower in the Epstein files. Epstein files are littered with Democrats like Bill Gates begging for all type of nefarious things, like Bill Clinton wearing matching shiny Versace shirts with Jeffrey Epstein. You cannot find me a picture of Donald Trump at a party, Bill Clinton in the bathtub, and he got asked, and he started laughing. Bill, is that you? Oh, you mean in the ranch in New Mexico? Is that you in the hot tub, motherfucker? Yeah, that's me. Who is the bitch? Remember, Bill Clinton had to testify on the Epstein files in the pictures. Bill, is that you in the hot tub? When you were married, Did you know you was married? You was the president. Here your ass is in the hot tub with another bitch. That ain't Hillary Clinton. But they just said, is that you in the hot tub, Bill? Yeah, that's me. Who's the bitch? Who's the bitch? Bill Clinton, who's the bitch? No, Bill Clinton, did you write Jeffrey Epstein happy birthday in the birthday book? Now remember, I told my audience about the birthday book. Jeffrey Epstein, when he turned 50, now keep in mind, you remember what I said, Jeffrey Epstein did what the fuck he wanted to do his whole life. Jeffrey Epstein died at 65. The Democrats allowed Jeffrey Epstein to do what the fuck he wanted to do his whole life. Bill Clinton wrote him a happy birthday at his 50th birthday 15 years ago. Almost 20 years ago, Bill Clinton, the book was a leather-bound book like a Bible with naked bitches in it. And Bill Clinton said, he's my good friend. Bill Clinton in the bathtub with bitches. Bill Clinton with matching Versace shirts. The magician, the candlestick maker. All the Democrats was getting a candle wick lit. You know what I'm saying? Who's the director of the movies? You got the magician. They're all Democrats. Then look what Jasmine Crockett did. You know what? We're gonna miss Jasmine Crockett, because her ignorance is actually beneficial. Jasmine Crockett is so ignorant at times, it benefits the Republicans in our message. So Jasmine Crockett, as the Epstein files come out, right? Jasmine Crockett says that Epstein donated to Republicans. But the truth was that Epstein never had a financial relationship with any Republican. How can I be so confident to say that? Jasmine Crockett. Thank you, Jasmine Crockett. Can y'all say thank you, Jasmine Crockett? Jasmine Crockett. So what comes out is that Jeffrey Epstein donated heavily to the Democratic Party. Jeffrey Epstein was a mover and a shaker. Do you know what I said? And it's finally, just like I did with Marco Rubio, I was ahead of the game on Jeffrey Epstein. I said, it's not about the sex. I said, America is perverted. I said the Democrats are playing you because America is perverted. And they just keep saying Epstein files because they don't really care about the victims. They want to see a sex tape. And I said, Americans are pervert freaks because it's not about that. It's about Jeffrey Epstein being a power player. And I asked my audience, I said, do you know what the Electoral College is? Isn't this a good conversation? Isn't this a great conversation? Is this the best podcast? Do you know what the Electoral College is? Everybody says don't vote. Everybody says don't vote. Your vote doesn't matter. When you vote for president, what happens? It's called electoral votes. There's an electoral college. Do you know it's actually delegates? These delegates are actually people. They're not people with 9-to-5s. Ha ha. I said, do you know what the Electoral College is? Do you know when you vote for the president as delegates? Do you know these motherfuckers are actually people and none of the delegates have a motherfucking 9-to-5? Did you know? So Jeffrey Epstein is a motherfucking player in the motherfucking game. Somebody said Joe Biden can't run again. Somebody said Kamala is going to be the motherfucking candidate. But it wasn't Gavin Newsom, because when she called Gavin Newsom, he didn't answer the motherfucking phone. When she called Barack Obama and Michelle Obama, they said, give it a minute. When she called Nancy Pelosi said, we need to go to convention. We don't need a coronation. So who the fuck said Kamala? Who the fuck said no to Biden? People like Epstein. People like Epstein. Yeah. Movers and shakers. The Stacey Plaskett wasn't fucking Epstein. Stacey Plaskett is a black woman in the representatives of the Virgin Islands, where Jeffrey Epstein owns 2 islands. Did you know he owns 2? Big and Little St. James. They let this motherfucker buy another island. Democrats. Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton let him 9 months out of jail early, gave him back his private plane, gave him back his island, and then they let him buy as a registered sex offender. Keep in mind, this motherfucker after 2008 got a private plane, what sex offender needs a You mad at Trump? You guys don't care about the victims. Democrats, just stop. You gave a sex offender a private plane and a private island. I mean, come on. You let him out of jail early. You give him a private plane and a private island, and you say Trump is the bad guy. I looked it up. You know, they not like us. They not like us. Bam, 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 bam. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Bam, 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 bam. Why was Drake upset? Drake was upset because Kendrick put red dots on his $100 million mansion. What did the red dot signify? Bam, 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 bam. They not like us. They not like us. They not like us. Bam, 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 bam. Jeffrey Epstein was a red dot motherfucker. There should have been a red dot. They not like us. Do you guys understand what I'm saying? I know you don't think like this. That's why I'm the host. That's why you subscribe, double tap at the like button. That's why you're here. It's my job to think like this. It's my job to think like this and put this out there. Jeffrey Epstein is a red dot motherfucker. It should have been a red dot on Little St. James. Stacey Plaskett, they let him buy another island. Red dot motherfucker. Red dot. Come on, me man. Red dot man. Red dot motherfucker. You don't buy multiple private island. Red dot. How do you allow someone who is a red dot motherfucker to not only have one private island, but to petition Stacey Plaskett, You know he was texting her. All you know about is the text. You don't know about Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein had a lot of Stacey Plastics that he was not fucking. Hello? Hello? That never got fucked on the island. Hello? But here you go, freaky deaky. I know somebody is saying something freaky deaky in the chat room. Because it's always freaky deaky. That's all you care about. You don't care about the victims. You want to see a sex tape. You want to see Jeffrey Epstein having sex with Patti LaBelle. You want to see a sex tape. That's what you want. You don't want to really help. And you know what else that never gets talked about? The white pussy aspect. That the fact that there's missing young minority girls all over America. They've been trafficking young black girls and no one says anything but Jeffrey Epstein and this white pussy and everybody having a fit over this little bit of white pussy. And we never talk about the fact that it's white pussy. We never talk about the fact that it's white pussy and that everybody's upset over this white pussy and no one cares about all the black girls and the little minority girls and the sex trafficking that's been plaguing America. But this old man, Bill Clinton, and since when does white pussy need to, since when do you got to make white pussy go to a private island? Since when you got to make white pussy go on a yacht? Hey, white pussy, I got a yacht in a private island. Here I come. I'm just saying. You don't have to like me. I'm just saying. You know, everybody get upset over the white pussy, man. Jeffrey Epstein. But it's a lie, really. They use the white pussy, just like they use black people for votes. They use the white pussy. But they don't really care. Because what did they do? They wanted Pam Bondi to apologize. They wanted Pam Bondi. I said, why would Pam Bondi apologize? Why does it make sense for Pam Bondi to apologize? And then they tried to make it viral news. They tried to make it viral news that Pam Bondi didn't apologize to the white women. Now, these white women were violated by billionaires that we know that have not been charged. No one's been charged. No one's going to jail. The sweet little white pussy, you know, they didn't give permission, as far as we know. It hasn't been proved, but they are alleging this sweet little white pussy was taken. And Pam Bondi needs to apologize. Now, all of the white men who took the sweet little white pussy, they have not been charged. No one is going to jail, no charges. But someone needs to apologize to this white woman. So Pam Bondi, who is a white woman, so Pam Bondi, who is a white woman, they didn't ask Bill Clinton to apologize. They didn't ask Hillary Clinton but Pam Bondi should apologize as a white woman to the white women. Pam Bondi, somehow that made sense to the Democrats. You won't apologize to the victim. Pam Bondi looking like, what the fuck would I apologize for? I don't have a dick. I don't have a dick. I don't have a dick. What? I don't have a dick. I can't make this up. That's what they did. They made it a whole viral moment. They had the white bitches. They had another white bitch. They said, white bitch, apologize to these white bitches. That's what they did. I can't make it up. If you apologize to these white bitches, it'll make these white bitches feel better. I can't make it up. You don't care about these white bitches, white bitch, because you didn't that's what happened. That's what the Democrats did. I can't make it up. That's what the Democrats did. David said Oprah and Ellen pretended they wasn't friends with him, yet you just casually you just casually using my plane. Absolutely. You know what the worst thing about the Epstein, the worst thing and the best thing, like from a comedic podcast standpoint, was the picture of Bill Clinton and Epstein and matching Versace shirts. Like they was Puffy and Mace. Like they was Puffy and Mace. That was the best, bud. Like Bill Clinton. This is the best, bro. I'm the best. Around. No one's ever gonna take me down. I'm the best. Around. The best podcast, y'all. Y'all gotta hit the like, man. Thank you for the $5 super chat, David. Thank you for the $5 super chat. I love you, brother. Y'all gotta hit the like button, man. Y'all gotta hit the like button. Y'all gotta subscribe, become members, man. Y'all, some of y'all listening is like, what the fuck is he talking about? This guy just talks shit. But here it is. Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, and fucking matching Versace. I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, who's high? Who not? Tell me who stopped. Who calling the stores? Tell me who top? Who copped the blue drop? Who jewels got rock? It's me, Mace, same old pimp. You know, ain't nothing changed but my lip. You can't make it up. This is my shit right here. When people be trying to say Trump this and Trump that, I said, did you see these motherfuckers in the matching Versace shirts? Like they were Puffy and Mace. This is his partner, man. Hey, that's my partner, Lope. Man, that's my partner, Lope. Hey, that's my partner, Lope. Twin. What's up, twin? What's up, twin? What's up, twin? What's up, twin? Hey, what's up, twin? Twin. Here it is. 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 What's up, twin? What's up, twin? You can't make this shit up, bro. What's up? But he said, remember, now he just testified. He just testified. He just testified. Wow. He just testified. Woo-ha, woo-ha, I got you all in check. Woo-ha, I got you all in check. Woo-ha, I got you all in check. How many of y'all looked at it like this? See, you see, but a lot of people in my chat, are from Gen X, you know. You guys are from Gen X. You can remember Mace and Puff. You remember the Puffy, the matching Versace shirts, right? So remember he testified they wasn't friends and close and Hillary stormed out. But I just showed you a picture of these motherfuckers twinning in matching Versace shirts at a party. Bill Clinton smiling ear to ear. They looking like Puffy and Mace about to go fuck some bitches. Now, keep that in mind as we watch the testimony.
In the deposition that he flew on Jeffrey Epstein's private plane around a dozen times, he says, to travel for philanthropic work.
Were there anybody on the flights that you can recall under age 18?
To the best of my knowledge, there was not.
The former president denied ever visiting Epstein's infamous island
I've never been to that island.
or seeing Epstein do anything inappropriate.
Well, I never saw him do anything that I was suspicious.
Clinton said he cut ties with Epstein years before he pleaded guilty to solicitation of prostitution with a minor in 2008.
I thought Mr. Epstein was an interesting man, but I didn't think he was really interested in what I was doing.
Clinton was also
about it coming. He wasn't interested. Look at this look on Jeffrey Epstein's face. I need y'all to donate because I need more equipment. I need some better equipment. I need to be able to write on the screen. I want to circle this smile, this devilish grin. What do y'all think they about to do? Look at these shirts. Look at the look. Look how close they are to each other. Now, let's go back to the testimony. Now, this cannot be fabricated. You can try your hardest. What I am doing is talent. Now, look at the smile here. Look at the elation. You have a husband. To all of my ladies out there, Deborah, Tammy, Bridge, I have some beautiful MAGA women, some beautiful ladies who subscribe and support me. Look at, as your husband. Look at how happy these men are. Look at the happy looks on these men's faces. All the married women in the chat. Somebody said it's not that funny. It's fucking hilarious. It's fucking hilarious. Look at the elation on these two faces, and let's go back to the testimony. Let's go back to the testimony. You can't make this shit up. Bill Clinton said, I don't think he was interested in the shit I was interested in, but I just showed you a photograph of Puffy and Mace, Epstein twins. Those were the Epstein twins. Those were the Epstein twins. Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, twin.
Asked about a conversation he had with President Trump in the early 2000s at a golf fundraiser in which Trump described a falling out with Epstein.
And he said, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out. All because of a real estate deal.
Not the bitches. Rewind, selector. Come down, perfect timing, selector. Bill Clinton says we had great times over the years, but we fell out over a real estate deal. Not over the bitches. We had a great time over the yas. Fucking bitches. We like to fuck bitches. Yes, we did. Yes. We had a great time fucking bitches. But we fell out over real estate. Me and Jeffrey Epstein were good friends. You never heard Trump say, me and Jeffrey Epstein were good friends. Trump is not in the birthday book. Trump is not talking about we had great times together and we fell out over. No, Trump called the police on this motherfucker. Trump called the police. Somebody called the police. Oh, God. Someone called the police. Trump called the police. Not only on Jeffrey Epstein did he dry snitch, but he dry snitched on Ghislaine Maxwell too. Oh, somebody called the police. He said, come get the little bitch too. He said, this motherfucker over here up to no good, and you should get the little bitch too. Somebody call the police. Okay, so I just want to call out what's happening, just so you listen again. So here they are, Jeffrey Epstein, Bill Clinton twins. And now let's go back to Bill Clinton admitting on the record that he and Jeffrey Epstein were good friends. You never heard Trump say anything even remotely close to that. And his saying that he did not stop being friends with Jeffrey Epstein over his proclivities. Double tap hit the like button. #1 podcast. He did not stop being friends with Jeffrey Epstein over his proclivities. He stopped being friends with Epstein over a real estate deal. Ooh, I can't make this up. You can't make this up. Is this the best podcast ever in the world? I gotta say it's the best podcast ever in the world. Double tap hit the like button. This your favorite, your first black president, Bill Clinton, on the saxophone all night long. All night long, all night. Yeah, Bill Clinton, Jeffrey Epstein, fuck them bitches all night long, all night. Yeah.
With President Trump in the early 2000s at a golf fundraiser in which Trump described a falling out with Epstein.
And he said, we had some great times together over the years, but we fell out all because of a real estate deal. And he said, I'm sorry it happened. That's all.
Please raise your right hand. A day earlier, former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton denied any connection to the convicted sex offender.
And I have answered
Okay.
for many hours now that I had no relationship because I never met the guy to my best recollection.
And the video shows Clinton's reaction when her lawyer revealed images from inside the closed deposition had leaked online.
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
Now, Bill Clinton also acknowledged that his friendship with Epstein co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell lasted longer because she was dating a mutual friend, though he denied any knowledge of her crimes. Meanwhile, Democrats are calling on President Trump, to come testify before the committee.
All night long, all night, yeah. All night long, all night, yeah. We fucked them bitches all night long. Jeffrey Epstein and I, it was all night long, all night, yeah. Let's get into some more of the testimony. Testimony. Let's see. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one. I want the thick one with so many bitches. I gotta pick one. But if I had to,
by Epstein or Maxwell.
No.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah, well,
I would like to take a break at this moment.
yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
This institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official, rather than to seek truth and justice for the victims and survivors, as well as inform the public who want to get to the bottom of this matter.
From my brief acquaintance with Jeffrey Epstein, though it ended years before his crimes came to light, and though I never witnessed during our limited interactions any indication of what was going on, I'm here to offer what little I know.
yeah. Did y'all see him? He didn't even know what he was saying. He had to turn the page, man. I love it. That's how much he lying. He had to turn the page. He couldn't even just say, I didn't know him. I don't like it. He had to read it. That's the dirty dog. He's a dirty dog, Bill. He's a dirty dog, Bill.
And though I never witnessed during our limited interactions any indication of what was going on, I'm here to offer what little I know so I can do my part to prevent something like this from happening again.
Would you consider Miss Maxwell a friend?
No.
Would you consider her a friend of President Clinton?
He'll have to answer that.
Would you consider Miss Maxwell a friend of your daughter?
She probably was friendlier with her than I was because I didn't see her very often.
Did you ever have any sexual contact with young women or girls in the presence of Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
Did you ever have sexual contact with any young woman or girl introduced to you by Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
Mr. President, with the benefit of hindsight, were there things you witnessed that could have suggested that Epstein was trafficking and sexually abusing young women and girls?
I do not believe so.
I have another photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying from inside this room. Can you please advise me as to whether or not that's permissible and consistent with the rules, particularly given that we have asked for a public hearing? If there are photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying, can you please explain how that
I'm done with this. If you guys are doing that, I am done. You can hold me in contempt from now until the cows come home. This is just typical behavior.
We will go off the record.
Oh, for heaven's
So I would like
sake.
to understand how that's permissible.
Before the hearing was,
It doesn't
Excuse
matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So I
well,
would like to take a break at this moment.
yeah,
and I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
Hey, how you? You're thinking in a second, like.
Did you ever have sexual contact with any young woman or girl introduced to you by Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
It doesn't.
That brings up something I want to share. That brings up something we should talk about.
The allegations that the president had an illicit affair with a 21-year-old intern and then attempted to cover it up blasted through the White House today. This scandal could unravel the administration.
Over the next 72 hours, the story made its way around the world.
Le cadre de ces escapades sexuelles.
The inferior Clinton identity Monica Lewinsky.
Caught unawares, Clinton's cabinet members rushed to his defense.
I believe that the allegations are completely untrue.
I'll second that.
Aides who have worked for him for 5-6 years at this point are just on the floor. They can't figure out what they're supposed to think about this, much less what they're supposed to do about this.
I was convinced that Bill Clinton had been set up. He's got all these enemies who are out to get him. He wouldn't be so stupid as to jeopardize his entire presidency. For what? No, that was not the Bill Clinton I knew.
Clinton did confide in the one person he knew would not judge him.
When the Lewinsky scandal broke, the president paged me and I returned the call. And he said, ever since I got here to the White House, I've had to shut my body down, sexually, I mean. But I screwed up with this girl. I didn't do what they said I did, but I may have done so much that I can't prove my innocence. And I said to him, the problem that presidents have is not the sin, it's the cover-up. And you should explore just telling the American people the truth. He said, really, do you think I could do that? And I said, let me test it. Let me run a poll. So I took a poll and I tested popular attitudes on that. And I called him back and I said, they will forgive the adultery, but they won't easily forgive that you lied.
That you lied. Now keep that in mind when we talk about his Epstein testimony. We're going to go back to the Epstein testimony, but I just want to give context to Clinton lied.
19, 21, when he was in office getting a blowjob. Like, that's sick.
He was only 40.
Wait a minute. Talking about it's sick because of because of the age difference. She's of age.
Yeah, she's of age.
She's of age. You can't complain.
You cannot be the president of the United States getting a blowjob.
So you're going to turn down head from a fucking 20-year-old woman when you're 50.
If I'm the president and she's my employee, if let's say I'm the president of a production company, I cannot get head from the intern. I need to get another 19-year-old to blow.
Okay, I understand you saying that was a bad decision because she was in the same. I mean, she was an employee of it. I get that, but I don't think what he did was disgusting. Yeah. Probably not favorable, but disgusting. It sounds crazy. Like just because she's of age.
It's crazy to think Bill Clinton and
Donald What was Trump Monica Lewinsky? What was her age?
21, right? You said 21.
21. No, he said 19 at first. He said 19. Then he jumped to 21.
She was wearing business suits. She had to be.
Yeah.
She was ready to give head.
She was employed.
Now, if she had on some young shit, I would say, okay, cool. But yeah, she had on a Lane Bryant business suit.
I think she's older than 21.
How old is she?
22.
And so you still feel bad?
He was 49.
What does that have to do with anything? No, she's of age.
She was 21 when she started the internship.
She could be he could be 100 as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't matter. She's of age.
Them saggy balls.
I don't. Why as a man? Why are you thinking about another guy balls? That's weird in itself.
Whoa, Paul.
I don't know what we talking about here. She is of age.
Put a 1 in the chat. Do you think Bill Clinton was wrong? Do you think Bill Clinton was wrong? Put a 1 in the chat. Was Bill Clinton wrong? How many people remember? Do you remember the time when Bill Clinton had was Bill Clinton wrong? Is 21 too young? Is 21 too young?
That Bill Clinton is also the guy that said this.
I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
That's what I want to hear.
I never told anybody to lie, not a single time.
Just like he had no idea why Monica Lewinsky was under his desk so many times, right? If there are two men that I believe really know exactly what Epstein was up to because they were taking.
Look at them shirts. Look at them shirts. Oh, coming. Oh, coming. Who's hot? Who's not? Tell me who rock, who fuck in the stores. Tell me who copped the blue drop. Who's got rock? Me, Mace, the same old pimp. You know I done changed my lip. Coming out. I'm coming.
Part in it with him. I believe it is this guy, Clinton, and this guy, our current president. Just my opinion. Nothing I'm stating is factual. You know, this is for entertainment purposes. So in Bill's opening statement, he said, "Now let me say where you're going to hear from me. First, I had no idea of the crimes Epstein was committing. No matter how many photos you show me, I have two things that at the end of the day matter more than your interpretation of those 20-year-old photos. I know what I saw and more importantly, what I did not see. I know what I did and more importantly, what I did not do. I saw nothing and I did nothing wrong." Sure, buddy. But wait, guys, then Bill says that he would have turned Epstein in himself if he had any inkling of what he was doing.
Wow.
And then he said by the time Epstein pleaded guilty in 2008, he had long stopped associating with him. Oh, so he had not been associating with Epstein well before 2008, apparently. But it's really interesting. In 2010, Ghislaine Maxwell was at Chelsea Clinton's wedding. Oh, I'm sorry, but as a +1. What is the
Got him
point of even having these people testify? We know they're gonna lie. They've been lying to us forever. Bill Clinton is currently testifying and he lets us know that he had no idea.
Just loving you. Just loving. Bill Clinton denies Lewinsky. Oh man, I did not have sex with that woman. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Double tap, hit the like button. Just going over some good history. Just going over some good Democratic history.
Feels as if you're the only person standing there.
It's the infamous start to an illicit affair, one that nearly toppled a president.
My underwear had showing, my thong underwear, and I thought, well, I'll up the game.
Monica Lewinsky speaking out about the flirtatious moments that landed her squarely at the center of a White House scandal.
I kind of have to laugh at my younger self, but that was when my crush started.
The unpaid intern and the commander-in-chief.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman.
Now for Lewinsky, a new reckoning with her past in a revealing 6-part docuseries entitled The Clinton Affair, airing on A&E. Front and center, President Clinton's reckless behavior, which almost cost him his presidency. Fresh out of college, Lewinsky catches the eye of the president as he's leaving the White House and goes out of her way to catch it again.
I did this really silly thing. I ran home at lunchtime and I put back on the sage green suit I had been wearing the day before when he paid attention to me. And I thought, well, maybe he'll notice me again. And notice me he did.
Lewinsky, now 45, reflects back on her own naivete, which she says led her to their disastrous liaison.
The truth is that I think it meant more to me that someone who other people desired me. However wrong it was, however misguided for who I was in that very moment at 22 years old, that was how it felt.
In an essay for Vanity Fair, Lewinsky says she took part in the documentary to acknowledge her past behavior, which she still regrets and feels ashamed of. In the era of Me Too, the story of a young intern's entanglement with the most powerful man in the world and its aftermath now examined in a completely new light by director Blair Foster.
There's a real power imbalance here. I don't think you get a greater imbalance between the president of the United States and an intern. She was slut shamed. She was fat shamed.
It was open season on Monica Lewinsky.
100%. It was brutal.
Over the course of 2 years, they had multiple sexual encounters, engaged in phone sex, even exchanging gifts. Amidst all the turmoil, Lewinsky began confiding in an older colleague named Linda Tripp.
When I tell you, he paid a lot of attention to me. He spent time sort of standing there and held my hand longer than he should have and gave what others have described as the full Bill Clinton. It feels as if you're the only person standing there.
It's the infamous.
Wow. So listen to this again, ladies and gentlemen. Let's listen to this again now that I've given you that foundation and context.
Contact with any young woman or girl introduced to you by Epstein or Maxwell.
No.
It doesn't matter. We all are abiding by the same rules.
I will take that down.
Yeah,
So
well.
I would like to take a break at this moment.
Yeah,
I'd like to have
I'm
a
done
conversation.
for now.
This institutional failure is designed to protect one political party and one public official, rather than to seek truth and justice for the victims and survivors, as well as inform the public who want to get to the bottom of this matter.
Through my brief acquaintance with Jeffrey Epstein, though it ended years before his crimes came to light, and though I never witnessed during our limited interactions any indication of what was going on, I'm here to offer what little I know so I can do my part to prevent something like this from happening again.
Would you consider Miss Maxwell a friend?
No.
Would you consider her a friend of President Clinton?
He'll have to answer that.
Would you consider Miss Maxwell a friend of your daughter?
She probably was friendlier with her than I was because I didn't see her very often.
Did you ever have any sexual contact with young women or girls in the presence of Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
Did you ever have sexual contact with any young woman or girl introduced to you by Epstein or Maxwell?
No.
Mr. President, with the benefit of hindsight, were there things you witnessed that could have suggested that Epstein was trafficking and sexually abusing young women and girls?
I do not believe so.
I have another photos that are being released of the secretary as she is testifying.
One more time. Let's run that back.
My cousin's like thick women. He get them thick.
What
That's
happened?
his wife.
What happened? Oh man, I want to hear that again. They fucked me up, man. That was hilarious, man. That was hilarious, man. He had to take a long time on that one, man. He took a long time, a little too long on that one, Bill. A little Bill Clinton provides testimony. Let's go some more testimony.
Were there other people in that pool or hot tub with you as well?
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big, but it was about.
Well,
He's asking you in the pool
it appears
area.
there's this photo, there's a girl over here, or there's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking you in the pool area were there other
Yes,
individuals.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
Okay, so do you remember who, were they under 18? Would you
No.
know? No.
Were they part of your traveling party? He's asking you.
Yes, they were, I think. I think everybody there was part of our party. It was late at night and late-ish. And I also believe that there was a Secret Service agent there at the other end of the pool.
Okay, and was this in public?
No, it was a hotel room, and the Sultan wanted to.
So they're asking about this picture right here, Bill Clinton in the hot tub, and they're asking about who is this in the hot tub with Bill Clinton. At first he said nobody was, then they showed him the picture, and then he said he don't know who's in there. So this is the picture. And do you think Bill Clinton knows who? Do you think Bill Clinton knows who's in the hot tub with him? I'm just asking, you know what I'm saying? Do you think Bill Clinton knows who's in the hot tub with him? He say he don't know. He say he didn't know.
With you as well.
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub. But
hot tub! You gotta get in a hot tub! I didn't think, look at the look. I didn't think there was nobody in the hot tub. It was somebody, he gotta look like, huh? There was somebody in the hot tub? What do you mean? There was someone in the hot tub? Hot tub? What hot tub? Hot tub? What's a hot tub? Has the look, you know how you catch your teenager? Hot tub? What's a hot tub? I've never been in a hot tub before. You got to tell me what's a hot tub. Hot tub. It's hot in the water. Do you mean a tub of water when it's warm, Father? I've never been in a hot tub before. What's a hot tub? Was there somebody in the hot? I don't know. I don't even know what a hot tub was. Here's the picture, Mr. Clinton. Oh, you mean hot tub, hot tub. You know how people be like, you mean hot tub, hot tub. You know what I'm saying? Mr. Clinton, here's the picture of you in the hot tub. Oh, okay. You mean hot tub, hot tub. And Mr. Clinton, President, sir, who's the bitch? Who is the bitch? Who's the bitch in the hot tub? Oh, I didn't know anybody was in the hot tub. I don't even know what a hot tub is. There's a hot tub. There's a picture of me in a hot tub, and there's a bitch, you say. There's a bitch. I know there's a Secret Service. There was Secret Service there. Mr. Clinton, were the people, the bitches, yes, the bitches, were they part of your party? Mr. Clinton, were the bitches, yes, sir, the bitches, yes. Were the bitches part of, did they come with you? Yeah, they came with me. One more time. Look at it. See, you know the bitches? Did the bitches come with you? Yes. Was the bitch in the hot tub? I don't know. Who was the bitch in the hot tub? I don't know.
A pool or hot tub with you as well.
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big, but it was about.
Well,
He's asking you in the pool
it appears
area.
there's
He didn't ask you how big the hot tub was. You know, a motherfucker be lying. They talk about all type of other shit. Yeah, you know, it was big. You know, it was wasn't a bitch in the hot tub. I didn't ask you the size of the hot tub. Was it a bitch in the? I don't even know I was in the hot tub. I was in the hot tub. It was a bitch too. It was big.
people in that pool or hot tub with you as well.
I don't think there's anybody in the hot tub. I didn't forgotten that there was anybody in the hot tub, but it was big, but it was about.
Well,
He's asking you in the pool
it appears
area.
this photo, there's a girl over here, or there's someone.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
But he's also asking you in the pool area were there other
Yes,
individuals.
I don't know who that is.
Okay, so you don't know.
No, and then there were other people in the pool.
Okay, so do you remember who, were they under 18? Would you know? No.
Were they part of your traveling party? He's asking you.
Yes. They
He brought the bitches. He brought the bitches. He brought the bitches, Bill Clinton. And like I said, nobody forced them to come. They on a private plane, they on a private island, and Bill Clinton brought them. God damn.
Were they part of your traveling party? He's asking you.
Yes, they were, I think. I think everybody there was part of our party. It was late at night or late-ish. And I also believe that there was a Secret Service agent there at the other end of the pool.
Okay. And was this in public?
No, it was a hotel room, and the Sultan wanted us to stay there, and the water of this big pool was on the same floor that there were several suites, so we went out, I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
And then
You did whatever it was. What was it, Mr. President? What did you do, Mr. President? What did you do? Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you sleep with a whore? Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you sleep on the floor?
I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
I did whatever it was. I did whatever it was. I did whatever it was. Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you sleep with a whore? Tell me more. Tell me more. Did you sleep on the floor?
That there were several suites, and so we went out, I swam around, I sat in the hot tub for 5 minutes, or whatever it was, and I got up and went to bed.
And then I have to ask this, did you engage in any sexual activity
No.
with this person?
You did it. You did it, you dirty dog. Dog catcher. Dog catcher. Ain't nothing but the dog in me. Dog catcher. Dog catcher. Just walking the dog. Dog catcher. Dog catcher. Just walking the dog. Dog catcher. Just walking the dog. Dog catcher. Dog catcher. Why must I be like that? Why must I chase the cat? Nothing but the dog in me. Nothing but the Clinton in me. Dog catcher. Dog catcher. Ain't nothing but the dog catcher. Nothing but the dog in me. Why must I feel like that? Why must I chase the cat? It ain't nothing but the dog in me. Woo! Dog catcher. Dog catcher. Just walking the dog. Dog catcher. Why must I feel like that? Why must I chase the cat? I'm in a hot tub with me. Get in the hot tub with me. So I can walk the dog. Dog catcher. It's my brother, Scott Jennings. My brother from another mother, Scott Jennings. You watching the Perfect Timing Podcast. Iran update, caliphate before it's too late. Get them out of here. TPS, temporary protections for Somalians. Out of here. Get them out of here. Venezuelan, South American death card. Get them out of here. TDA, get them out of here. Perfect Timing Podcast with the blast. Get the likes up.
No, it's not unpatriotic to report the news and report the facts. I think what the White House complaint is that in their view, there are a number of media outlets that are relentlessly anti-American. And also, I think and this is an ongoing issue, they are relentlessly concerned about people who take information out of classified memos or classified briefings and then present it in a certain way, is trying to put a negative spin on the war effort that they consider to be inaccurate. My personal view is everybody has responsibilities here. The government has responsibilities to be as transparent as possible with the American people without, of course, giving away any information that would help the enemy or put any soldiers in jeopardy. And the news media, I think, does have a responsibility to report the facts and be on top of the facts of the war, but not try to put it in a light that is just relentlessly negative for the purpose of simply hamstringing Donald Trump politically, which I think in some cases coverage has reflected that. So I think this is part of a longer ongoing issue. I think the White House view, Anderson, is that the war's going well. I mean, they're meeting all their military objectives, and they don't feel like that's being reflected in the mainstream coverage. I think that their point of view is that we are seeing before our eyes the most successful military campaign, the most efficient military campaign we could possibly have in recent memory, that this is the American military on full display in its full might, doing everything right and doing everything within its power to minimize casualties, even though it's war and unfortunate things are going to happen. And they've admitted that. And Hegseth did say we're going to investigate this incident that Bakari referenced fully. But I think they feel like that the coverage of it, or at least the commentary around it, has been aimed at trying to portray this as some sort of a military failure, when in fact, it is a massive military success story right now. I mean, look at what happened with the great lobster hoax of 2026. We had people going crazy about the idea that Hegseth was buying lobster and steak. Turns out he was sending it to the troops, which is military tradition. That's one example in a lot of other examples. But look, I tend to think that everybody here has responsibilities, and the government's transparency responsibilities, I personally think they're meeting. They're having regular briefings. Hegseth is answering questions, General Kane and other members of the military. The president's answering questions about it. But I think they've been actually pretty accessible to the media when it comes to asking questions and finding out about, how many targets are we hitting? How much of the enemy targets, have we destroyed? How many ships have we sunk? And so on and so forth. I don't think anybody's really having trouble getting access to the administration when it comes out to finding the facts, the actual facts about the prosecution of the war.
Do you agree? Do you agree that it's an unfair coverage? Put 1. Do you agree that we're doing well? Put 1 in the chat. Do you agree that there's unfair coverage? We're talking about Iran, Operation Epic Fury. This is my brother, Scott Jennings, brother from another mother. And today we've been talking about the treasonous behavior of some media.
No, it's not unpatriotic to report the news and report the facts. I think
the treasonous behavior of some news outlets who we feel are purposely going out of the way to present negative commentary and not give the complete and full truth of what's going on in Iran. I don't know. How do you feel about CNN being in Tehran and the CNN reports? Abby Phillips has had to do several retracts. CNN, since they've been in Iran, they've had to retract several stories. So this is not just Scott Jennings. This is not just Trump. This is not just Black MAGA. No, this is just a reality. Abby Phillips is being called for her to step down or be fired because the retractions got so much propaganda that's coming out of CNN since we invaded Iran. This is just a fact. So that's what we're discussing now.
New Ayatollah Mojtaba Khomeini is probably gay, as in a homosexual, not simply just a happy fellow. Now, this could cause a problem in Iran for a few reasons. Right now, we haven't seen the new supreme leader in public since they announced his ascension to the office. We have seen him portrayed in commentary and statements read by state media and as a cardboard cutout. More Operation Epic Fury news. President Trump gave an update this morning on the weekend bombing of Karg Island today at the White House. We hit the military targets, he says, but not the oil infrastructure. Let's take a listen to the president in cut number 12.
And as you know, we attacked Karg Island and knocked it literally, destroyed everything on the island except for the area where the oil is. I call it the pipes. We left the pipes. We didn't want to do that, but we will do that. We can do that on 5 minutes notice. It'll be over. But for purposes of someday rebuilding that country, I guess we did the right thing. But it may not stay that way. Just one simple word and the pipes will be gone too, but it'll take a long time to rebuild that. We are aggressively dismantling Iran's defense industrial base, and ability to rebuild its missiles and drone capability is getting down to close to zero.
That's the president this morning at the White House. We're now in the third week of Operation Epic Fury. We'll keep track of all the breaking news on the war throughout today's show.
Double tap at the like button. My brother Scott Jennings, Scott from another mother. So wait a minute. Let me show something else that Scott put up here. Let me show something else Scott put up here in case you didn't know. Right here, live from Arizona State, the Iranian officials killed in overnight strike. Vance takes the helm, eliminated. Did you guys know Islamic Republic top security official Ali Larijani dead in Israel strike? Eliminated. This guy was on TV talking a whole bunch of cash shit. He is gone. And there's a lot of liberal media talking about how well we're not doing in Iran. Well, keep talking and we're going to keep eliminating. He's eliminated. He's gone. He's gone. Bye-bye. I make you go. Bye-bye. We make you go. Bye-bye. Yeah, just let you know right there how well we're doing in Iran. This is an Iranian update, Operation Epic Fury. We kicking major ass and taking major names. There's my brother Scott Jennings feed. We just going and seeing what the last saying Democrat exclusive interview today. We just checking out a couple things. What is this right here? This is yesterday's update. Let's give a little take a listen, take a little listen, take a little listen. While we listening, everybody at home, let me do me a big favor, everybody at home, while you're listening, hit the like button, and I will appreciate it so much. Thank you, and I appreciate you. You see, I just switched my voice to the debonair Billy D. Williams. This is Billy D. Williams coming to you, drinking a Colt 45. It's ice cold. It's an ice cold Colt 45. Billy D just said, hit the like button and enjoy an ice cold Perfect Timing podcast.
And understand the situation that we are in. Two separate radical Islamic terror attacks, two different states, just hours apart. The first one, Old Dominion University, the scene in Norfolk, Virginia. A man named Mohammed Baylor Jallo, a former Virginia National Guardsman who had already been convicted of trying to provide material support to ISIS back in 2016, walked into a classroom in Constant Hall, asked if it was an ROTC class, and when someone said yes, he shouted, Allahu Akbar, and opened fire.
Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is this Scott Jennings talking about Hezbollah 910? Because that's where we started off today. Is this Scott Jennings talking about the sleeper cells that have been awakened? Father, the sleeper has awakened. Father, the sleeper has awakened. I heard Dune 3 trailer has come out. You know, I'm Gen X. I saw the first Dune. I saw the second Dune. I have the Dune toys. I love Dune. You remember what I said about Iraq in the Straits of Hormuz? What did I say? I said, we are telling Japan and Germany to come help us. They said no, because the spice must flow. Double tap, hit the like button, everybody. The spice must flow. That's what's going on right now in the Straits of Hormuz. The spice must flow. Shout out to Dune. Shout out to the trilogy. Shout out the trailer. Unit 910 is a clandestine unit within Hezbollah, the Lebanese political militant organization. This unit is responsible for the organization's covert operations outside of Lebanon, including intelligence gathering, logistical support, and establishment of what? Sleeper cells. Its activities are primarily focused on planning and executing attacks against who? Israel and Western targets globally. Unit 910, Hezbollah. Hezbollah. Who is Hezbollah? Iranian proxies. Why am I saying this? Because Scott Jennings is following up what I've been teaching you, that there has been an uptick in proxy violence, not only abroad, but on the domestic soil. I said there has been an uptick of proxy proxy violence, not only abroad in the Middle East, but here on the American soil. What is proxy violence? Who are the Iranian proxies? Double tap and hit the like button. What is proxy violence? Who are the Iranian proxies? Who is Unit 910 of Hezbollah? Who are the Iranian proxies funded by Iran to the tune of $700 million? Hezbollah, Iranian proxy to the tune of $700 million. The Houthis, Iranian proxy to the tune of hundreds of millions of dollars. Hamas, yes, Hamas of the famous October 7th. Of the famous Gaza, of the famous Free Palestine, Hamas, $350 million motherfucking dollars from Iran. And yes, Hamas is an Iranian motherfucking proxy. Unit 910 operates under the direct supervision of Hezbollah. Hezbollah, senior leadership, and maintains close ties with Iran. Hezbollah 910 operates under the direct supervision of Hezbollah, which is Iranian proxy. Well, prove it to me. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. How do you know Hezbollah is an Iranian proxy? Well, let's keep reading, motherfuckers. Let's keep reading, motherfuckers. Senior leadership and maintains close ties with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Force, IRGC. Motherfucker, see me. Motherfucker, see me. That's what the fuck I said. That's what the fuck I said. The unit is known for its compartmentalized structure, ensuring that operatives are only aware of information pertinent to their specific role, thereby maintaining operational scrutiny. Past and present leaders. Ahmad Radwan was Lebanese militant leader who was the founding member of Lebanon's Islamic Jihad organization. When we talk about Islamic Jihad, we're talking about the Shia Muslims of the Caliphate. We're talking about the Ayatollah Khomeini, who came to power in 1979, who swore under political promise that if you elect me to power as your supreme leader, I am your supreme leader. I am your supreme leader. If you elect me to power as your supreme leader, I will wage, double tap at the like button, I will wage, double tap at the like button, Islamic Jihad on the Western powers who have taken over our country, misuse our natural resources. Now remember what I taught you. Russia took over Iran in the 1940s. MI6 and the CIA took over Iran. After World War I, Russia took over Iran. We had no problem with Russia taking over Iran because at the time, the Cold War, we did not create the boogeyman. Double tap hit the like button. After World War I, Russia was in control of Iran, and that was okay because we had not created the boogeyman. We did not create the Red Scare. We did not say the communists is bad and the Cold War and all this boogeyman. Boo-ha, moo-ha, moo-ha, Red Scare, communism bad, moo-ha. So when we created the Red Scare, communism bad, and we hated Russia, but Russia, we didn't hate them in the beginning, then it was not cool for us. Ain't that kind of like convenient when you think about how we then became not friends with Russia? Didn't it seem now that you look back at that this is what my issue is with NATO, why we say fuck NATO on this channel. As you look back at it, doesn't it seem convenient that we turn to now not like Russia, and we create this thing where we dislike communism when we were just fighting alongside Russia to get rid of some of the most evil people to ever live? Remember when we came together in World War II to get rid of the evil? Russia came together with us, and they were our colleagues and friends. But then we said that communism and the proliferation of communism was bad, and then that's why we needed to align with NATO. What I said yesterday is, why do we need to continue to align with NATO in the 21st century when there is no more communism scare. And young people, now a lot of us who watch my channel are old, but a lot of the young people don't even relate to Ronald Reagan, Gorbachev, and communism and the Red Scare of the 1950s and Eisenhower and all this bullshit. But yet and still, Chuck Schumer and these 80-year-old Democrats and these 80-year-old politicians want to bring communism and the Red Scare into modern politics, right? And that say that we need to be part of NATO. I argue that, do we need to be part of NATO? I mean, there is no communism. There is no fear of the proliferation of communism. China is on the decline. They have a demographic issue. They have a natural resources issue. Russia is on the decline. They have a natural resources issue. They have a demographic issue. If we're being honest about Europe, even though Europe is currently our friends, even though they don't act like it, I'm saying fuck NATO. But if we're being honest about Europe and Brexit, the precursor of Brexit, if we're being honest about Europe and Brexit, it's dying. Europe and whiteness, as you know it or knew it for a lot of the elders in the chat, well, Europe is no longer Europe. See, this is the complaint, that when you go to Sweden, it looks more like Tangiers because all of the African Islamic immigrants. When you go to Austria, when you go to all of these beautiful European, do you know Somalians went to a European nation and frauded it, damn near bankrupted it? So Finland, all these European nations that were traditionally European, I mean, we could even say white, they're no longer white. The Finnish culture is evaporating. The Swedish culture is evaporating. You know, you thought about Swedish chocolate and tall, blonde, bad bitches and all type of, you know, Swedish shit and bikes. But now the Muslim African immigrants have changed the culture where you can't even be a white woman at the bus stop in some European countries and wear a miniskirt because you can get harassed by jihadist Muslims who now overpopulate Europe. Because Europe, this is what Brexit is all about. It's not just the fact that in the beginning, when we heard about Brexit, the Democrats were successful with telling you that, hey, Europe is racist and Europe don't want Africans and black people in Europe. But what they didn't tell you is about the Islamic part, about the Shia jihadist Islamic part of the immigrants who come into European countries and then put in Sharia Shia law. And even if you're not Muslim, it's like 50 African kids at the bus stop. And if you're not African or Muslim, they fuck with you. It's just like Democrats in America, right? If you at the bus stop in America today and you're wearing a red MAGA hat, in most major cities, everybody's Democrat, right? So if you got some Democrat kids at the bus stop, they're gonna fuck with you. If you in America and you got a red MAGA hat on and you at the bus stop in front of a Democratic school, an inner city high school, when they come out of school, you better take off that red hat. And if you in a European country, when they come out of school, you better pull down your skirt because they're going to fuck with you about your 3/4 of cloth. They're going to fuck with you. I've showed video. This is what Brexit was all about. This is what Brexit was all about. It wasn't about the fact that Europe was racist. It was about Europeans not being able to wait at the bus stop and be Christian. It was about white people and Swedish white people not being able to be Christian any longer. It's not just the fact that we're going to share Sweden with African Islamic immigrants. It's the fact that the African Islamic immigrants and the Middle Eastern Islamic immigrants don't want to share with the white people. They saying it's more Muslims than you now. So what happens with the lack of birth rate is the Muslims coming in, they having 6 wives, they having 10 kids. In the span of 10 or 15 years, they have changed not only the population, they have changed culture. I said they come in with 6 wives, they have 12 kids, and they all going to school in Europe. So the bus stop at school time looks crazy. I played a video. It's all black, African, Islam, Middle Eastern. There's no more white people at the bus stop. And it's in Sweden. This in Finland. This is in the whitest white parts of Europe. That's what Brexit was about, because now it's no longer. So now what did I report to you yesterday? There's no more lords. The monarchy has fallen. The monarchy has fallen. Did you guys know the monarchy? See, we do a video. I talked about it yesterday. You guys, let's look at a video. Let's bring up a video of this is Hezbollah. This is Hezbollah. Let me go back to Scott Jennings talking about. Let's finish Scott Jennings talking about this is Hezbollah 910, right? This is a big deal. That's why I stopped the video, because I've been talking about Epstein, but one of the major things I wanted to share with people is the information on the Hezbollah 910, right? So I had to go back to Wikipedia, because earlier today we were already talking about Hezbollah 910, sleeper cells, Tulsi Gabbard testifying today about proxy violence, stateside proxy violence. And I got excited. I wanted to teach you guys about, again, get my opportunity to teach you about the Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, Houthis, and Hamas, and tell you about the funding, the missiles, the drones, the capabilities, the proclivity, and even go further into Hezbollah 910, who operate specifically in America, their funding, their leadership, their proclivities. So when you hear about the violence that just occurred, that Scott is going to go into, there's a frame of reference of why we're concerned, why Kash Patel sent a warning to California, why I'm kind of disappointed in Gavin Newsom's response, based on what I'm teaching you, based on Hezbollah 910, based on the attacks in New York and everything Scott is about to say. This is what we're teaching this morning. Double tap at the like button.
And understand the situation that we are in. 2 separate radical Islamic terror attacks, 2 different states, just hours apart. The first one, Old Dominion University, the scene in Norfolk, Virginia. A man named Mohammed Baylor Jallo, a former Virginia National Guardsman who had already been convicted of trying to provide material support to ISIS back in 2016, walked into a classroom in Constant Hall, asked if it was an ROTC class, and when someone said yes, he shouted, "Allahu Akbar," and opened fire. He killed the instructor, a retired Army lieutenant colonel named Brandon Shaw, a man who spent his career serving our country and spent his retirement teaching the next generation to do the same. He was a true American hero, and may God rest his soul. 2 of his students were also shot and wounded. And here is where the story turns, because these ROTC students, these kids, these heroic kids, did something extraordinary. They rushed the gunman, they subdued him, and they killed him. Listen to how the FBI described it in cut number 1.
How was he deceased?
There were students who were in that room that subdued him and rendered him no longer alive. I don't know how else to say it, but they basically were able to terminate the threat.
So he was not shot?
He was not shot.
He shot 3 people?
Correct. We have information that he shot 3 people.
The one that went to Virginia.
Rendered him no longer alive. The FBI says if those students hadn't acted, there is no telling how many more people would have died. Now, let me ask you a question that perhaps you've been asking yourself since you heard about this yesterday. This man was convicted of trying to support ISIS. He served 8 years in prison. He told a judge in 2016 he wanted to carry out an attack like the one at Fort Hood. And now he's out, walking around in America on some sort of supervised release. Why was this man free? Why is a literal terrorist from a foreign country, no less, Sierra Leone, released from jail early, free to roam our country? Why aren't people like this man being denaturalized and deported? Why are we committing suicide as a culture and as a society? It is a choice to live this way, folks, and we can stop making it anytime we want.
This is a choice, and we can stop making it anytime we want. Double tap, hit the like button. That's my brother, Scott Jennings. I agree. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Scott Jennings. Let's get some support for our troops, because we are in a conflict right now, and we are in a government shutdown.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. I love this country. I'll protect this bitch.
One more time, make America great.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. I love this country. I'll protect this bitch.
I love this country too, man. And I love you. And I want to say thank you for your service. Back to Blue. Thank you to Prometheus for gifting the membership. Thank you to Ricky. Shout out to the chat. Y'all are based. Y'all so based. Go Max in the chat. I love you guys. Shout out to y'all. We doing our job here. Shout out to y'all. We doing our job here. I love y'all so much. Keep the shit going, man. Keep the shit going, man. Keep the shit going, man. That's what we gonna do, man. That's what we gonna do. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Everybody out there watching, do us a big favor. Hit the like button. If you're so inclined, subscribe, become a member. I'm running a Somalian special for the for St. Patrick's Day. We doing a Somalian special. When you subscribe, you're gonna get a plus sign to become a member. I say you could become a member of my channel, or you could feed a starving Somalian, because you know they got to keep stealing the billions of dollars from the government. So it's like less than a cup of coffee, 10 cents a day. You could become a member of the channel, man. Support the channel, or you can support a starving. You know, remember we were kids, Gen X, baby boomers. When we was kids, they would have UNICEF in Africa. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here and they stole 19 billion. We are the world. We are the children. Somalians came here under TPS and stole 19 billion. So, you know, they had the swollen bellies, the flies on the eyeballs. This child can't find food. He can't walk to the river. There's no food and water. Give 10 cents to UNICEF. We are the world. Africa Aid. Donate. So I say I got a Somalian special right now. You can support my channel, or you can support a starving Somalian and give them more access to the Leering Center. Double tap, hit the like button. Leering Center for everybody. You get to go to the Leering Center. You get to go to the Leering Center and do all the leering you want to do. You want to leer? Young boys and girls, you want to go leering? Young boys and girls, welcome to the Leering Center, where you can leer all day long.
And this just in, President Trump on Truth Social saying we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. Likewise, Japan, Australia, or South Korea. In fact, speaking as President of the United States of America, by far the most powerful country anywhere in the world, we do not need the help of anyone. News Nation's joke on this just in, President Trump on Truth Social saying we no longer need or desire the NATO countries' assistance. We never did. Likewise, Japan, Australia, or South Korea. In fact, speaking as President of the United States of America, by far the most powerful country anywhere in the world, we do not need the help of anyone. News Nation's joke on this just in, President Trump on Truth Social saying we no longer need.
I just, you know, we just talking about NATO, and we were talking about communism, proliferation. I'm just saying the lack of need for NATO, and we got a vote coming in right now on the SAVE Act. I need to know in the chat, put a 1, are you for the SAVE Act? Voter, common sense, voter ID. Put a 2 in the chat if you're against the SAVE Act. Put a 1 in the chat if you are in favor of the SAVE Act. Put a 2 in the chat if you're against common sense, voter ID.
The Senate is now officially debating the Save America Act after clearing a key test vote about 15 minutes ago with a simple majority. Now senators can introduce amendments. The bill itself would require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote, a real ID, passport, or other government documents, plus a photo ID to cast a ballot. It's pretty popular. A Fox poll shows a majority of Americans support voter ID. But the problem is passing it takes 60 votes to break a filibuster, and Republicans don't have that. A talking filibuster has also been floated, but there aren't enough votes to go that route either. President Trump says it has to pass, saying, quote, this, "I will never, ever endorse anyone who votes against Save America." The Senate is now officially debating the Save America Act.
It's a couple tools in the chat. Can y'all tell me why you disagree with common sense legislation that asks for ID when you vote? I saw a couple tools in the chat. Can you tell me, AMG, tell me why you voted 2? I'm going to boot your bitch ass up out my chat. Tell me why you voted 2. Everybody who voted 2, you need to tell me why you voted 2. I'm going to boot your bitch ass up out my chat. So, AMG, you put 2 hella times. Why are you against common sense legislation? Why are you against common sense legislation for voter ID? You need to tell me. I'm booting your bitch ass out of my chat. A couple people put 2. Roman put 2. Pop put 2. So are you Jimmy? No, it wasn't Jimmy. Jimmy, you put 1. So Roman put 2. Ill put 2. No, you Pop, you put 1. Roman put 2. Did you mean to put 2 or you made a mistake? You better tell me quick because I'm going to boot your bitch ass. Because that's the first step. And what? You think I'm going to go slow with your bitch? Hold on, let me block your bitch ass. Hold on. Man, I hate you dummies. Because that's the first step. And he can't even put the whole thing. He think I'm going to go back and forth with his bitch ass. You can't even put the whole Roman because you have to be American citizen to begin with, and it's supposed to be private. At least Roman Fernandez can articulate why he disagrees. Shout out to Roman Fernandez. I can rock with that, bro. You can articulate why you disagree. The poll is a prime example. Shame on them. Please don't block. No. I don't mind people who disagree, especially if you can articulate why you disagree. I disagree with you. I don't think that's a good enough excuse. I think it's still private. You know, a lot of things we do, you have to have an ID and it's still private. Like when you go do a piss test, that's private. You got to have an ID. You know what I'm saying? When you go to the doctor to make sure I work in healthcare IT, right? I work in healthcare IT. So and you got HIPAA, you know what I'm saying? Remember in the quarantine and everything, you got HIPAA. So, and one of the big things to make sure we protect your medical records and your rights is that you got to present the ID. And this pisses a lot of patients off. You could imagine, you know, you may have went to the doctor with your grandma or your grandpa. You could be a grandma or a grandpa yourself. And then you show up to the doctor and then you could be helping out your grandma. And then they want all this fucking identification. And it's like, it's pissed off. Your grandma's sick. She does this test every fucking week. I'm just helping out today. And I don't have all the fucking shit they're asking for. But there is a reason why they have to make sure this is your grandmother. If they don't do the right test, your grandmother could die. You understand what I'm saying? And it's that serious when you go vote, right? It's that serious when you go vote. And it's private. This is a very private matter. It's a very private matter. You present at the lab. You don't even have to go to the doctor. It's a standing lab. I worked in healthcare IT. It's a standing lab. You present that. Now, because it's a standing lab, that's another reason why you're frustrated at the desk. You know my grandmother. She comes here every fucking week. The order's in the fucking computer. Why the fuck do you need all this? Ma'am. So it's like when you present the vote for the motherfucking president, I think it should be the same as you when you present for a lab, when you present for DMV, when you present for the bank, anything we have to do in America. And you know what's worse about it? The worst part is they use blacks and women. They've been using blacks and women as a scapegoat of why we shouldn't do common sense legislation of voter ID. They said black people don't know how to get their birth certificate. Gavin Newsom and what's the other motherfucker? Bernie said, I don't have my birth certificate. I don't even know how to get it. I don't have my birth certificate. I said, motherfucker, every black person has a birth certificate because we can't do nothing to get no money without it. And we all know how to get it. Our mama told us how to get a birth certificate. But is that because you're a rich white man? You've never needed your birth certificate? Just tell us that. Tell us you're rich white men and you've never had a need for your birth certificate. And then we can explain to you that, you know, people who work and people who are on welfare, they often are required to present birth certificate, social security, in order to get their food stamps, in order to get their welfare, in order to get their motherfucking Walmart job, right? But maybe you rich, Gavin Newsom, maybe you rich, Bernie Sanders, and you haven't had to never apply for a fucking job. That makes sense. You're a multimillionaire. Your parents are more. You never had to apply for welfare or a job or any of the shit that normal everyday people need their fucking birth certificate and social security number and ID for. We need that shit. But the Democrats are using blacks and women, when they get divorced. My mama been divorced, rest in peace, Mama Shirley. She had been divorced 3 or 4 times, been married 5 times. She had IDs in all different motherfucking names. She could have voted. I don't understand what woman, my mama go down, change her name, flip her name, get married again, marry a new motherfucker, keep the old name, hyphenate. These the bitches that invented hyphenated names. This name mixed with this name. She's this last name plus this last name, and she still got her old last name, which was never her last name. That was the old motherfucker's last name. Her maiden name, no one knows her motherfucking maiden name. She still vote. All of these motherfuckers got voter IDs, but you got Susan the white Indian, saying women are infantilizing women. Infantilizing women, look it up, look up the definition. Infantilizing women, saying that when a woman gets divorced, specifically a woman, after gay marriage, now think about this, these are Democrats saying this in a gay marriage universe. This is post-gay marriage, this is post-trans identity and trans rights. It's funny how Democrats pick when they want to be pro-trans and pro-gay, because this is not a very pro-gay and pro-trans opinion. When you come out and say women specifically, number one, I thought Democrats didn't know what the fuck a woman was. Double tap and hit the like button. I thought Democrats didn't know what the fuck a woman was. So I don't know how. See, they use blacks. It's so insulting. So black people are the reason we can't have the SAVE Act. And then women are the reason we can't have the SAVE Act, because women don't know how to change their name after divorce. But wait a minute, you won't define a woman. So why the fuck would you inject into this debate women when you don't know what the fuck a woman is? When everybody can get married, men can marry men, women can marry women, trans and furries, furries, we got motherfucking furries and shit like that. So why is sexual orientation? It's just like when I bring up, why are you bringing up color? Why are you bringing up race? What does being black have to do with voter ID? The same argument I would think pro-gay people would say, why are you bringing up sex? Why are you bringing up orientation? What does it being a woman have to do with voting? And they would be right. They would be right to say to Democrat leaders, why the fuck are you using sex as an argument or a litmus test to voting rights? Everyone has an ID. Everyone should show their ID when they vote, regardless if they have a pussy or a penis, right? I thought the Democrats are the liberal LGBTQ party, but when they want to be sexist, right, it's okay when the Democrats want to be sexist, because this is extremely racist and sexist to bring out, and multiple the Indian white woman, Bernie, they all have said, well, women get divorced and women have to go change their name and it's hard for a woman. You the same motherfuckers who won't define a woman. Like, do they hear themselves when they be making these? Do they really hear themselves? You are the same motherfuckers who refuse to define a woman. You are the same motherfuckers with the secret conversations in California about outing children, elementary school children, be you that. Like, you are the same motherfuckers with the gay rights, the trans libraries. But now, ain't there some shit? Think about Democrats, how hypocritical. But now, women, now you know what a woman is. Now you can define a woman. When we talk about SAVE Act and voter rights, now the Democrats know what a woman is. No one's thought about that. What was the guy who made that movie? Remember, it was a guy who went viral. He works with Ben and Daily Wire. He made a movie about the Democrats' inability to define what a woman is. He went viral. It was millions of views. Everybody, Candace Owens talked about it. Who was the guy? Is it Matt something? I don't remember. I want to say Matt Walsh, but I might be wrong. But he made a movie about the Democrats' inability and refusal to define what a woman is. But when we talk about the SAVE Act, these motherfuckers know what a woman is. I just want to put how they play in your face. Now you know what a woman is. Now you know what.
The Senate is now officially debating the Save America Act after clearing a key test vote about 15 minutes ago with a simple majority. Now senators can introduce amendments. The bill itself would require proof of U.S. citizenship to register to vote, a real ID, passport, or other government documents, plus a photo ID to cast a ballot. It's pretty popular. A Fox poll shows a majority of Americans support voter ID. But the problem is passing it takes 60 votes to break a filibuster, and Republicans don't have that. A talking filibuster has also been floated, but there aren't enough votes to go that route either. President Trump says it has to pass, saying, quote, this, "I will never, ever endorse anyone who votes against Save America." The Senate is now officially debating the Save America Act.
Double tap at the like button. Just give him my 2 cents, man. We're at the Red Wave. Shout out to Red Wave Press. Talking about the SAVE Act.
We think this is going to pass. They don't have a simple majority yet, but I'm going to walk you through a couple of the members who were kind of on the fence and tell you how they voted. Susan Collins, Republican of Maine, she was a yes. Tom Tillis, the Republican from North Carolina, who we got the impression that he was going to be a no, has not voted yet. Mitch McConnell, the former Senate Majority Leader, he is a yes, and Lisa Murkowski is a no. So we think that this will pass. This is a test vote just to get onto the bill, and they will not need the services of J.D. Vance to possibly break a tie. What this does, it propels the Senate into a series of debates over the next, couple of days, probably through the weekend, and we'll see if they can ever, get the votes to pass this. John Thune, the Senate Majority Leader, earlier today, he was rather skeptical about that. And again, we have been told that his office, by his office, that they would in fact, have a test vote to end debate on this eventually, and that needs 60. So even if you have this simple majority now, they're probably not going to have that super majority, which needs the votes of Democrats to pass the bill.
Now, what you think in the chat? Double tap, hit the like button. What's up with you, Tammy? I see my girl Tammy in the building. What's up, everybody, man? Roman said, check this out, you guys. This is what we do it for, man. This is what we do it for. Roman Fernandez said, you've convinced me it's not a bad idea. This is what we do it, bro. This is why we do it, bro. This is why we do it, bro. Straight up. This is why we do it, bro. This is what YouTube was created for. This is what the discussion is all about.
Hey there, Martha. Good afternoon.
I always say I want an educated electorate. And you ain't gotta agree with me, but this is why we do it. Because we want an educated electorate. This is what it's about.
This issue is something that a lot of people resonate with and connect to, is the fact that pretty much everything you do in your daily life involves showing an ID. Whether it's opening a bank account, getting a hotel room, picking up prescription drugs. You need a card in many cases just to get into a library. I mean, these are things that are just basic, fundamental aspects of our everyday life. We certainly ought to be able to apply them to something as important as voting in this country. And if you think about it, even the Democrats who are complaining loudly about this required a photo ID to get into the Democrat National Convention. And there are a number of our colleagues, Democrat colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who require a photo ID just to attend their official events. So these are issues that are overwhelmingly popular with American people, as is the issue of ensuring that biological males cannot compete in women's sports. We think that is also a no-brainer. It defies common sense not to agree with that, but that is an issue also that we intend to have a conversation about on the floor in the next few days, and we'll look forward to putting the Democrats on record and showing just the lack of common sense that they apply to some of these basic issues where the American people agree with us. So it'll be an interesting debate, and we are engaging, starting. We'll get on that bill this afternoon. We'll pick up the message that came over from the House and start that conversation. And I'm looking forward to a vigorous, long, and spirited conversation on the floor of the United States Senate about these important issues.
The president is dealing with the first major defection from his administration over his decision to go to war in Iran. Joe Kent, the director of the National Counterterrorism Center in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, posted his resignation letter to President Trump online this morning, saying, quote, "I cannot in good conscience support the ongoing war in Iran. Iran posed no imminent threat to our nation, and it is clear that we started this war due to pressure from Israel and its powerful American lobby." Kent went on to say that he believes high-ranking Israeli officials and influential members of the American media deployed a misinformation campaign, creating an echo chamber that deceived Trump into believing that there was a clear path to swift victory. This was a lie, Kent wrote. Now, he said that as a veteran who deployed to combat 11 times and as a Gold Star husband who lost his wife to what he calls a war manufactured by Israel, Kent cannot support sending the next generation to fight and die in a war that serves no benefit to the American people. Now, Kent's late wife, Shannon Kent, was a Navy officer, military cryptologist, linguist, and intelligence team member who was killed in a suicide bombing in Syria in 2019. Now, we expect to see Kent's boss, the Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testify on Capitol Hill later this week in a long-scheduled hearing on worldwide threats. The resignation will likely be a central piece of questioning from Democrats in that hearing, and we'll watch to see how the president handles questions about it if he gets them in the Oval Office in just a couple of minutes, guys. The president is dealing with the first major defection from his administration.
Joe Kent quits. Put a 1 in the chat. Do you agree with Joe Kent quitting and saying that he quit because of Iran? Joe Kent quits, saying he quit.
It's a good thing that he's out because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. When somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people.
They're not smart people. They're not savvy people. This is Trump on Joe Kent leaving and Joe Kent's words that Iran was not a threat. I have been working my ass off teaching my audience about the threat that Iran poses, not only abroad, but domestically. Today, specifically, I've talked about Hezbollah 910, the sleeper cell, and the violence it's caused. Just going back, and Scott Jennings just read a report on violence in America. We got the guy in Austin. We got the 2 guys in New York. There is violence on American soil, not only in the Middle East. I said there was an uptick of proxy violence going back to 2020 when Joe Biden failed in Vienna to get a peace deal with Iran and secure the uranium enrichment. So I don't know what Joe Kent is talking about, and I agree with Trump. He's wrong. This is President Trump on Joe Kent.
It's a good thing that he's out because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. When somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people or they're not savvy people.
I would agree Kent is not smart or savvy. Double tap, hit the like button. Joe Kent steps down. It's kind of like it's kind of feminine. I'm gonna be honest, man. Kind of feminine.
Let's start with this big resignation. We saw a number of intelligence and military officials break with Trump in his first term. How significant is this now from Joe Kent?
Good morning, Anna. Well, this is hugely significant because Joe Kent represents a wing of the MAGA movement that is incredibly disenchanted with this war in Iran. You're seeing it on social media, but now
He said there's a MAGA disenchanted with the war in Iran. That's absolutely not true. Why would he say
This morning,
MAGA?
it is never too early.
He said MAGA is disenchanted with the war in Iran. How untrue is that? Let's prove him wrong right now.
Never too early to talk about 2028, the approaching presidential election. It is getting closer and closer and closer. And one person who may very well be rising, Secretary of State, National Security Advisor Marco Rubio, front and center with the war in Iran, but also rising. Like, look at these smiles. Look at this. Look at the way they're looking at each other there. All right, with us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry.
I'm looking at you with that same
It's the
smile.
same way that they look at each other here. Look, when you talk about the prediction markets, how has, what's happened to Marco Rubio's stock over the last few weeks?
Marco Rubio is hot, 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 like a summer heat wave. I mean, just take a look here. Over the last 6 months, Chance Rubio's the 2028 GOP presidential nominee. He was just at 7% 6 months ago. Hello, up like a rocket, 27% chance now. What is that? That's quadrupling his chances in 4 months' time. Marco Rubio's chances, according to the Kalshi prediction markets, way, way up.
Okay, why?
Why are his chances way, way up? Well, one of the reasons why his chances are way, way up is because the MAGA base really likes the U.S. military action in Iran. Take a look here. Okay, MAGA GOP on the U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. Nearly 9 in 10, 89% approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. That is the MAGA GOP base. Just 9% disapprove of it. This is tremendously popular among the Republican base. And of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, overseeing the effort. It seems to me that a lot of people are taking that into account, including President Donald Trump, who has been smiling an awful lot at Marco Rubio.
So he said, so the homie, I was just playing, the homie said MAGA doesn't like the war, but then he just said that the war is over 90% popular, which is true with this propaganda that we talked about, this treasonous propaganda. He just showed a poll where the war with MAGA is 90% popular, but here this is.
Now you're seeing an actual resignation by a senior member of the administration. The National Counterterrorism Center is a very important agency, particularly at a time when the threat level from the Iran war has been heightened. And we've seen, for example, ISIS-inspired attacks and attacks on synagogues in recent days. And Joe Kent has always been a controversial figure. He was a veteran of the Army Special Forces, and he really represented that sort of non-interventionist wing of the MAGA movement. And also to allege it publicly that essentially the U.S. was goaded into this war because of the Israel lobby. That is a huge statement. It's a controversial statement. There are people, there are MAGA supporters who have made that allegation, of course, that said that essentially Israel jammed the Trump administration into doing this because Israel was going to attack. And Donald Trump even made some statements that made people think that that could have been a possibility. He later walked them back. Trump officials have said, look, this is a joint operation with Israel. They are hand in glove. They are together with the same strategic objectives here. But to have Joe Kent walk away and publicly essentially accuse Israel of drawing the United States into a war and to proclaim that there's no imminent threat, and he sees all the intelligence, by the way, that is a huge, huge deal on him.
Ken, let's start with this big resignation. We saw a number of intelligence and military officials break with Trump in his first term. How significant is this now from Joe Kent?
Good morning, Anna. Well, this is hugely significant because Joe Kent represents a wing of the MAGA movement that is incredibly disenchanted with this war in Iran. You're seeing.
And that's a lie. That's a lie. And we just proved it. That's a lie, and we just proved it. 89% of MAGA approves of the war. He's saying that MAGA doesn't approve of the war. I just proved him wrong. He's a liar.
Military action in Iran. Take a look here. Okay, MAGA GOP on the U.S. military action in Iran. Look at this. Nearly 9 in 10, 89% approve of the U.S. military action in Iran. That is the MAGA GOP base. Just 9% disapprove of it. This is tremendously popular among the Republican base. And of course, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, overseeing the effort. It seems to me that a lot of people are taking that into account, including President Donald Trump, who has been smiling an awful lot at Marco Rubio.
Got him. Got him. Got him with the propaganda. Got him. So this guy is lying. This is what you see a lot on the media. Lies, lies, lies.
On social media, but now you're seeing an actual resignation by a.
So Kent stepped down, and Kent is trying to use MAGA for cover. Nah, man, Kent, you stepped down, and we don't want you no more, Kent. We don't want you no more, Kent. We don't want you no more, Kent. If you're not supporting us, if you don't understand that it's dangerous.
Newsroom, the director of counter.
Here's our favorite guy. He's on the street right before he goes to prison. Don Lemon should go to prison. Put it in the chat. Don Lemon should go to prison. Don Lemon should go to prison. Violated the FACE Act. Under prosecution right now. He has an opinion on Joe Kent stepping down.
Intelligence, national counterintelligence resigned today, basically saying that he cannot go along with this war. He's saying that we were pulled into this war. It's unjustified by Israel, and he can't go along with it. This was Tulsi Gabbard, who is the director of national intelligence, her handpicked guy. What is this going to do to MAGA? How will the president respond? You'll see as soon as we get more details on the Don Lemon Show. We'll bring it to you.
You the meanest old woman.
There is some big breaking news coming into the Don Lemon Show newsroom.
You say so, I have to pack my things and go. That's right. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no more, no. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. What you say? Oh, woman, don't you treat me so mean. She the meanest old woman that I ever seen. I bet if you say so, I have to pack my things and go. That's right. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no. What you say? Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more. Oh, woman, don't you treat me so mean. She the meanest old woman I ever seen. I guess if she say so, Don Lemon gon' hit the prison road. That's right, don't drop that soap. Hit the road, Jack. And don't you come back no more, no more, no. What'd he say? Hit the road, Jack. And Don, don't you drop that soap. What'd he say? Oh, woman, don't you treat me so mean. You the meanest old woman that I ever seen. I guess if you drop that soap, I'm out to say hit that road. Hot that. And don't you even drop that soap, that soap, that soap. Hit the road, Jack. And Don, don't you drop that soap. What'd he say? What'd he say? Hit the road, Don, and don't you ever drop that soul. Hit the road, Don.
I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. When somebody is working with us that says they didn't think Iran was a threat, we don't want those people, because, and there are some people, I guess I would say that, but they're not smart people, or they're not savvy people.
They're not savvy. They're not smart. There are some people, but they're not savvy people. They're not smart people. Some people, but they're not savvy people. They're not smart people. How's everybody doing? You know, I like saying that, but I think the algorithm, I don't know if everybody likes what I say. How's everybody doing? I'm not saying it to not just say it. Like President Trump joking with Speaker Mike Johnson about his Sicilian roots. My wife is Sicilian. Today is St. Patty's Day. I got my green on. I got my green banner up. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all of the Irish Americans. We just came out of Black History Month. Happy black. Happy St. Patrick's
roots
Day.
you have within the NYPD.
Get you some green beer. I got my green on. We used to pinch a fat Irish ass. We can't do that no more. Don't pinch nobody. Please don't do that. But you can get you some green beer. Get you some green leprechaun lemonade. Shout out to the Irish. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Double tap at the like button.
Roots you have within the NYPD. Milwaukee this way.
I think it's super important, right? So we're not just New York City cops. New York City cops to trace our heritage back. The police department's been around before it was predominantly Irish, but we did reach a point where it was predominantly Irish, mostly immigrants. Luck of the draw, no one wanted to hire any Irish, but they spoke the English language, so they ended up taking the job and built the city. They sandhogs, construction, fire department. The New York City Police Department, mostly built with Irish.
Right. And you would tell people who are interested in being within the NYPD to sign up because there's lots of different experiences that you can have. And look at all these great people that are out here that protect our city every day.
I think it's a great job. I've been doing it for almost 30 years, and I think it's one of the best jobs ever. There's so many jobs within it. It's not just a police officer. You're not just driving around in a police car looking for bad guys doing bad things. There's a lot of good. There's forensics. There's harbor. There's
a lot to do. Exactly. And we have a lot to do here, including maybe drinking some green beer. So we'll send it back to you.
Love that. All right, Alexis, thank you so much.
We will be.
St. Patrick's Day, everyone.
We shall look at that photo online, I do believe, with the green beer. Moment.
My Little Pony, My Little Pony brother and sister in the chat. I don't want to misgender you. Said, fun fact, St. Pat wasn't Irish. He was Roman Britain, and the first St. Pat Day was in New York. Thank you for that fun fact. You've been kicking ass in the chat. Sister, that's my Little Pony, My Little Pony. Y'all remember My Little Pony? What about the Care Bears? You know, I love comedy. I just like MLP, not a furry. But do you got an ass like a horse? I used to have one with ass like a whale tail. Wanted to be on my team because I had mail. I used to have one with ass like a whale tail. She got a heavy tail like a killer whale. I'm a killer kill. Me and Sally Sail. Free her Selassie. She got a heavy tail like a killer whale. You know, I love women. I do love women. Women, you know, they be like, I like My Little Pony. Usually when they be like, you know, they be having like the cherries in the car, the strawberry. And then, you know, if they be like, they like little shit, that means she got some ass. She got a wagon on her. She like, so this is how she tell you, I like My Little Pony. That means she got some ass. You know what I'm saying? You gotta know who to follow. When you be on Tinder, when you be on Instagram, you gotta know who to follow. I'm following the pony. You remember Matrix follow the white rabbit? I'm following the white. If you wanna ride, go ride the ride horse. Cuban, you know she got some mad. If you wanna ride the ride horse. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See, it be a lot of men on YouTube and they be complaining about women. I'd be like, man, these guys don't know nothing. They just missing out. Women is the greatest thing. They don't know nothing about women. Women are so great. I mean, how God loved us so much. That's how much God loved us, man. He took a rib and created a bitch, man, with ass and tits and pussy. And this is yours, Adam. This how much I love you. How can you not love God? God so loved the world. You know what I'm saying? God so loved the world. Hey, I mean, what you got to say today? I love you, G.O.D. Thank you for loving me. He said, hey, man, you're sitting here lonely in the garden. In the garden, in the garden. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like Barry White in the garden. You know, Barry White in the garden. He said, "Let me make you a bitch, man." Hey, man, thank you. That's all I got to say, man. Thank you, man. Hey, you know, that was a good idea. You know what I'm saying? That was a good idea. And, I don't need no more hard legs around. Yeah, God, so whip me up a bitch, right? Whip me up one, man. Yeah, man. I would take good care of her, man. Yeah, man. And you said she mine to do what with my will. He said she mine. Kevin Gates said, "I thought you supposed to." It's your, yeah, I can't quote Kevin Gates. I get in trouble, but you know what Kevin Gates said. Shout out to Kevin Gates. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, shout out to God. And you know, Easter is coming up. I was talking to my wife the other day, and y'all know I tell that story a lot. I was telling my wife about the crucifixion, and we was talking about Lent, and we was talking about, and then we Googled Lent, and we talked about the fish, and you know, Passover and the Ash Wednesday, and I was telling her about Barabbas, and I was telling her that, you know, I always tell her about, you know, when they crucified Jesus, the Pharaoh didn't actually want to do it. The Pharaoh, you know, the ministers, the preachers was like, "You got to kill him." And the Pharaoh was like, "You know, I don't want to kill the guy who's saying he's the son of God." And the Pharaoh was like, "You know what? It's my birthday. And on my birthday, I could let somebody go." The Pharaoh, the story is told like the Pharaoh had an intent that the people, you know, Jesus had done all these great miracles, you know, fish and the bread and walk on water, and the prostitute and the leper. You know, he fought for sure that the people would free Jesus, right? And the people, I was telling my wife, and I was like, no, the people actually was like, "Give us Barabbas." Barabbas was the Tupac of the day. Barabbas was the King Von, you know, attractive, murderous, villainous. But the people loved this. People loved Barabbas. He was attractive, but he was a murderous, robbing, villainous man. Not a virtuistic man like God, Son of God. But the people said, "Give me Barabbas. Give us Barabbas. Give us Barabbas." So when we talk about TDS, I'm not that surprised with the TDS, because when the people had a choice, they said, "Give us Barabbas." A lot of the things I talk about are common sense to me. The Pharaoh thought that was a common sense decision. They're not going to pick a murderer. They're not going to pick a murderer, a robber who would rob you, who would kill you if you didn't give him what he wanted to take from you, including your wife. They're not going to pick him, right? They surely would pick the Son of God to go home. Give us Barabbas. Give us Barabbas. Every day I say, "Do you want Californication for the nation? Do you want Californication for the nation?" And I know it's easy here, but I watch Gavin Newsom with his slick ass get up there on the stage, because Trump can't run again. Watch Gavin Newsom get up there with his slick ass and watch the people, "Give us Barabbas." Gavin Newsom has nothing to run on. He hasn't accomplished anything in California. There's nothing but negative that he has done in California. The taxes, the gas, the fires, the reservoirs, the economy, people leaving. This is the state with the #1 people leaving the state. There's no other state with a higher population of people. Exodus. There's it's a biblical fucking exodus from California. Some people call it the California Caliphate under the Democratic regime of Gavin Newsom. And I see motherfuckers lining up to say, "Give me Gavin Newsom. Give me furries. Give me secret conversations where my son can cut off his pee-pee and no one knows. And then they guise it in terminology and gay terminology, like they're outing children. That's how they violate your rights. They get you to capitulate to violating your constitutional right. Number one, you don't know enough about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution. They get you to violate your God-given inalienable rights by saying gay terminology like they're outing children. They want to out children. No. Don't out children. No. And then your liberal ass is sitting at home scratching your ass saying, I'm not homophobic. And MAGA's not homophobic. Gay people is everywhere. Gay people in my family, gay people in Republican family, gay people in black family, gay people everywhere. So you at home thinking you the only person who like gay people. Ain't that, that's the most fucking arrogant part about this shit. So your Democratic blue hair protesting ass think you the only one that give a fuck about gay rights, right? So you scratching your head saying to yourself, that sounds right. I don't want to out. You don't even got kids. You at home, purple hair protester on the couch, eating a whole fucking bucket of ice cream. And you say to yourself, I'm not homophobic. I don't want to out children. I don't want to out the children. No. So you say you vote for Gavin Newsom because Gavin Newsom said he doesn't want to out the children. No. But really what it is it's taking rights. Again, Democrats. Increasing government, shrinking the rights of the people, us in the Hunger Games. But doesn't it sound good? At least you felt good when you did it, right? At least you felt good when you did it because you did it to yourself. You took away rights from yourself. You enlarged the government knowing that can't be good for you or your children. So you want to increase the government by creating more laws. We don't need more laws. We got common sense. We're humans. We're God-given and we're not fucking monkeys, right? We don't need more laws and draconian rules to tell us what to do. We're fucking adults, right? But you say, give me more laws. Give me less freedom, give me more laws. And then you wonder why you're fucking in the gas chamber. And they did it in the guise of, you're outing the children. No. And then you come in my chat and you're pissed off. You want them to out the children. No. And you don't understand Eisenhower. You don't understand smaller government. You don't understand true conservatism. You want Barack Obama hope and change. You want to expand the government. You want more laws. You want less freedom. You need the government to tell you when to piss, when to shit, and when to cut off your penis. No! MAGA's over here. We like, no, we want less laws. Fuck Title IX. We don't need Title IX. Have you heard any Democrat? Have you heard any Democrat say, give me back Title IX since Trump been in office? Give me more laws. Give me more structure. Give me more. This is the Democrat ideology. Mondani, you know what's so funny, though, about me saying these things? Mondani hasn't been governor for 3 months. He just got there. My mama would say, you blew here. We grew here. Mondani hasn't been governor that long. He's already making changes that will affect you and your children's life. Spanberger in Virginia, she hasn't been governor that long. She's already tripled her salary. I said to my wife, I said, at least show some victories. Show some reason why you should triple your salary before you triple your salary. You haven't been governor long enough to make an argument why you deserve to triple your salary. She triples her salary from the beginning. What the fuck do you think she'll do after being governor for a year? She tripled her salary as she walked in the door. What do you think she'll do after being governor for a year? It's scary. The lack of understanding. It's actually scary. Donald Trump on the SAVE Act. Donald Trump on the SAVE Act?
The biggest thing coming up is the Save America Act in the Senate. That's voter ID and proof of citizenship and no mail-in ballots, you know, corrupt mail-in ballots. We're the only country in the world that does it that way, corrupt as hell. And then we added 2 more. We're going to be, I think they're going to be adding a couple of more. One is no men and women sports. That seems like an easy one. I believe that's 99%.
Correct.
And no transgender mutilization of our children. None.
Wow. Double tap, hit the like
That's
button.
only polling at 98%.
Thank you, Trump.
So hopefully the Senate is going to be able to get that. You can't ask for 5 better things. I think in terms of, it's not politics. It's really good for, it's so good for our nation. I mean, who would not have voter ID? Who would not have proof of citizenship? And the only people who would want not to have that are people that want to cheat. It's very, very simple. We can't let that happen. Some 1,600.
That's it. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with Trump. The only people who want that are people who want to cheat. I must agree with you, baby. I must agree with you, Trump. The only people who don't want that is people who want to cheat. Huh? Trump just walked out to a massive standing ovation at the White House. This man is the center of attention. Double tap, hit the like button, man. Just in, Greg Gutfield drops this hilarious line on Barack Obama showing voter ID back in 2012. Do y'all see that? I love seeing Obama show his ID. You notice it wasn't a birth certificate. My sources say it was a Kenyan library card. I like that. I like that's hella funny. Barack Obama showing a Kenyan library card. Oh, shit. Oh, Democrats who don't want to pass the SAVE Act, Barack Obama showing ID before he votes in 2012. Ah, the irony.
Did you just look and see? Did you guys see that? About that. Thank you.
Well, showing a little.
So that's Barack Obama at the voting polls showing ID before he's able to vote. Wouldn't you know it? Double tap, hit the like button. Don't you love my podcast? Don't you love me? Hit the like button, send a super chat, join the channel, become a member. If you love me, don't you love me? I'm the best. Hit the like.
Did you just look and see?
Yes, you did.
About that. Thank you.
Well, showing a little ID to vote didn't seem like a big deal to President Obama back in 2012. But right now, his party is throwing a fit over an issue that the majority of Americans already agree on. The Senate is currently debating the SAVE Act after 51 Republicans and 0 Democrats voted to advance the bill that would codify voter ID into law. But you already know the Democrats' playbook. Chuck Schumer's staff was literally rolling out a Jim Crow 2.0 poster as he and other Democrats cried foul.
MAGA Republicans want to bog down the Senate over a debate on voter suppression. Democrats are ready. We're ready to be here all day, all night. The SAVE Act is not a voter ID bill. It is in every sense a voter suppression bill. Our objection as Democrats is not to a photo ID. You'd have to define it clearly and properly and easily, but not to a photo ID when you show up to vote.
The United States Constitution also makes clear that only citizens can vote.
I'd ask our Republican colleagues, why aren't they focused on the Save America Money Act right now?
All right, everyone's all fired up. Okay, Greg, go ahead.
Well, I love seeing President Obama show his ID. If you notice, it wasn't a birth certificate. My sources say it was a Kenyan library card from. I mean, I'm just raising questions. I love Hakeem Jeffries saying, you don't need voter ID because the Constitution makes non-citizens voting illegal. I don't think you need then policing for anything. Right. I mean, we certainly don't need laws against discrimination at work anymore because we already know it's illegal. We don't need the police for shoplifting or anything because we know it's illegal. In fact, just by knowing something's illegal, that stops all crime. Did you know that? Did you know that? Just tell your criminal that, okay? I don't really believe there's any opposition to this idea. If there was some kind of bizarre opportunity for Democrats where they could flip sides, meaning that the Republicans would be against voter ID and they would be for it, they would switch in a heartbeat. If they could act, in fact, if Dems could snap their fingers and flip the side on every major issue, trans, crime, border, war, they would, because they're on the wrong side of everything. And it's really hard to get back over because that side's been taken. You know, once you moved out, somebody else moved in and they don't know what to do. So they keep choosing the wrong side. To this day, the Dems can't bring forth one person who's being suppressed because everybody who wants to vote or who can vote or is here has an ID, a photo ID of some kind. So obviously when you're talking about suppression, you're the racist because you believe minorities are just too stupid to figure it out.
I agree. If you think minorities are too stupid or women don't know how to go get their name changed after divorce, I told you my mama, rest in peace, was married 5 times. She had 20 different last names. She never had a issue with getting a new name or a new husband. I'm going to say it again. My late mother, I love you so much, never had problems getting a new name or a new husband. Double tap and hit the like button. But they want to use women and minorities. I guess that's a double shot for my mama because she was black and a woman. Ah, shit. President Trump on NATO and Keir Starmer, feckless, pointless, non-showing up, non-supportive. Put a 1 in the chat if you agree with the SAVE Act, and put a 1 in the chat if you agree that we don't need NATO. Everybody sing it with me. We don't talk about NATO. Boom, boom, boom. We don't talk about NATO.
With London, has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supportive, and I think it's a big mistake. You know, they make a lot of money on trade with the United States. I went out of my way, as you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real administration to make a deal, Biden. But we made a deal. We made a good deal for them, and frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing the king. He's going to be coming, as you know, very shortly. But
yeah, if you don't have ID, bro, I don't want you to vote. Straight up. If you don't have ID, you are correct. I don't want you to vote, and you shouldn't vote if you don't have ID. But I still love you. I still love you. You know what else? If you don't have ID and citizenship, you should not go to see the same court and judge that I see. We don't have the money or the time and logistics. You know, I learned something from Amos and Andy where Patrice O'Neill used to be on there. And they said, don't nice yourself out of your own happiness. That's a lot of liberal Democrats who want to be so nice that you're going to fuck around and find out. Well, you can't get the rape kits in Fulton County done. You can't get to all of the cases in Staten Island in New York. You have the Angel families because we have all of these criminals who have been released 35 times. They've been released 35 times. Do you know why? Because we can't process them all. We don't have a place to put all the criminals. We don't have the court dockets. We don't have enough judges. But Democrats say they get to see our judge. No, motherfucker. If you don't have ID, you can't vote. And if you're not a citizen, you can't go to the same courthouse as me. You go to the court in your country. You take these deportation orders. You get on the bus and you hit the road, Jack.
But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed.
Yeah, Mr. President, you said Joe Kent. Mr. President,
You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill.
That's the late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Mr. President, on Joe.
I love it. I love it. Starmer. He just threw Starmer, Trump, throw Starmer under the bus.
About your relationship with London, has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supportive, and I think it's a big mistake. You know, they make a lot of money on trade with the United States. I went out of my way, as you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden because they had no real administration to make a deal, Biden. But we made a deal. We made a good deal for them, and frankly, probably wasn't appreciated. I do look forward to seeing the king. He's going to be coming, as you know, very shortly. But no, I was disappointed because Keir was willing to send 2 aircraft carriers after we won, because essentially there's no threat for the aircraft carriers right now. And I said, no, we want things sent before the war, not after the war is won. So, yeah, I'm disappointed with Keir. I like him. I think he's a nice man, but I'm disappointed.
Mr. President, you said Joe Kent.
You see that man right there? You know who that is?
Churchill.
That's the late, great Winston Churchill. And Barack Hussein Obama did not want his bust in this office. Did you know that? And Barack Hussein Obama sent that bust back to England. They didn't want it. And when I came in, I was asked if I wanted it. I said, absolutely, I want it. And I put it right there, Winston Churchill. And, you know, unfortunately, Keir is not Winston Churchill.
Mr. President, on Joe Kent.
I love that. Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. Is he the best? He's the motherfucking best. Donald Trump in the Oval Office. Look at that green tie, celebrating, talking to the press. Well, you know, Joe Biden couldn't do this. Joe Biden could not just sit down, talk to the press on a St. Patrick's Day with a clean-ass green tie, answer every question, and kill that shit. Number 1 president in your lifetime, Donald Trump.
With London, has it been damaged by the fact that Keir Starmer isn't supporting you in this war? And has your opinion of Keir Starmer changed because of this?
Well, he hasn't been supportive, and I think it's a big mistake. You know, they make a lot of money on trade with the United States. I went out of my way, as you know, they couldn't make a deal with Biden. Get the hell out of the coast. It's basically the coast.
Time frame, Mr. President, for when cargo ships can safely go through the Strait of Hormuz?
It won't be, I don't believe, too long. We're knocking the hell out of the coast. It's basically the coast and the water, and it won't be too long. And the Middle Eastern states, including Israel, by the way, who has been terrific, the Middle Eastern states have been helping us a lot.
Mr. President. Time frame, Mr. President, for when cargo ships can safely go through the Strait of Hormuz?
It won't be, I don't believe, too long. We're not.
The Straits of Hormuz shut down. When can ships go back through? What's this one? President Trump in the White House today.
2 questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Yeah, Iran is just a military operation to me. Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour. We have all the, there's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And
2 questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran now a bigger foreign policy priority for you than China? And on Cuba, the Cuban government.
Iran is just a military operation to me. Iran is something that was essentially largely over in 2 or 3 days. because the Navy was wiped out almost immediately. The Air Force came next. The anti-aircraft came next. I mean, we're flying over Iran. We could take out their electric capacity in 1 hour. We have all the, there's nothing they can do right now because everything is knocked out. They have no, again, no radar, no anti-aircraft. They have nothing. And
two questions, one on Iran and one on Cuba. Is Iran?
They have nothing. They have no anti-air. They have nothing. They have nothing.
Now a bigger foreign policy priority.
Double tap, hit the like button.
Are you rethinking the United States' relationship with NATO possibly getting out? Or
well, I'm
possibly?
disappointed in NATO that we spend trillions of dollars on NATO. Think of it, trillions over the years, many trillions of dollars. It's one of the reasons we have deficits and we help other countries. And when they don't help us, I mean, it's certainly something that we should think about. I don't need Congress for that decision. As you probably know, I can make that decision myself. I'd work with some very smart people. And I'd always deal with Congress anyway, but I don't need Congress for that decision. But, you know, when you say rethink, I have nothing currently in mind, but I will say that I'm not exactly thrilled when we help them with Ukraine. Look, Ukraine would have been over in 1 day if we didn't help. Frankly, Ukraine would have been over in the first day. They had the best equipment in the world. It was our equipment given by Sleepy Joe Biden. No charge, no charge. Hundreds of billions of dollars of the best equipment in the world, no charge. I will say that I'm not happy about it.
I'm not happy about it at all. How you feel about NATO, man? We don't talk about NATO. That's how NATO is getting treated, like Bruno. We're gonna put NATO in a secret closet. You know what I'm saying? We about to put NATO in the closet. I told you about I told you about the budget. I told you about the budget when we getting rid of NATO. I told you about the budget.
For NATO, and are you still going to China?
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place in about 5 weeks. We're working with China. They were fine with it. We're going to say, I look forward to seeing President Xi. He looks forward to seeing me, I think. But I do look forward to seeing him. We have a good relationship with China. China actually has become economically for us very good, as you know. It's much different than it was in the past. And we have a very good working relationship with China. So we're making it in about 5 or 6 weeks.
Are there any repercussions for NATO, and are you still going to China?
Well, yeah, on China, it's a little different story. We're resetting the meeting, and it looks like it'll take place.
So y'all heard about the meeting with Xi Jinping is being pushed back. I was going to tell you that, but Trump just told you for me. The meeting with Xi Jinping have been pushed back. Just FYI, we still going to China. We just going to wrap up Iran first. Trump still, and look what he said. We in good standing with China. China.
Mr. President, your Director of National Counterterrorism, Joe Kent, he just resigned today. He said he can't support your conflict with Iran. What's your reaction to that? And did you?
Well, I read his statement. I always thought he was a nice guy, but I always thought he was weak on security, very weak on security. I didn't know him well, but I thought he seemed like a pretty nice guy. But when I read his statement, I realized that it's a good thing that he's out, because he said that Iran was not a threat. Iran was a threat. Every country realized what a threat Iran was. The question is whether or not they wanted to do something about it. And many people, many of the greatest military scholars are saying for years that presidents should have taken out Iran because they wanted a nuclear weapon. They were, if we didn't do the attack, or if I'll go a step further, if I didn't terminate the Iran nuclear deal given to us, one of the worst deals ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. Remember when
the Iran nuclear deal, the worst deal ever made by Barack Hussein Obama. I think that's something we're going to talk about tomorrow. I like that, because I told you. Remember, I told you about Vienna, and I told you about the black content creators who tried to say it was Trump's fault that we have this issue with Iran. And I said no. In my research, I found that Biden and Kamala Harris failed in Vienna, and that Biden, and my chat told me, I'm going to give my chat the credit, W chat. My chat is the one who told me that Biden and Obama, their policy was to pay Iranians. Yeah, they paid them. Unsuccessfully. My chat informed me that Biden's policy and Barack Obama's policy was to pay the Iranians to stop enriching uranium, which they lied, they never did. And basically, we wasted taxpayer dollars. And when they continued to enrich uranium, they failed again in Vienna in 2020 or 2021. When Biden came into office, Biden and Kamala met with Iranian leadership in Vienna to get a peace agreement and to get them to stop proliferating and enriching uranium. They failed. I argue, and this is based in my whole stance on Iran is this. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, the DEI hire, came into office, and two things happened. We saw that Joe Biden was not ready to be president. What we never talk about is the fact that other global leaders who were not friendly with America also saw that someone who is not capable was in control of America. So when I argue that when the Iranian leadership saw Joe Biden in Vienna, they believed they did not have to listen and follow the directions of America because under Biden, they did not fear any reprisal. I believe that was backed up when Joe Biden left Afghanistan and the way Joe Biden and America left Afghanistan after a 20-year war effort in Afghanistan. So it's significant how we left Afghanistan. It's significant that Joe Biden was the one, and it's also significant of how long that war effort was, and that was the way that we left. I argued that when we left Afghanistan, and the way that we left Afghanistan created a power vacuum, because without the American, without the Americans as a staple peacekeeper in the Middle East, which they had been for the past 20 years in two wars, Iraq and Afghanistan, quelling proxy violence without Americans policing the Middle East in Iraq and Afghanistan, what you had was a vacuum of power, like you're having in Mexico with the death of El Mancho. And I argue that would led to the uptick in proxy violence. This is why I have purposely, meticulously educated you on the difference between the Shia and the Sunni, the Islamic Caliphate theocracy who funds the proxy armies to the billions with money to the billions in drones and ballistic missile technology. I even have gone as far as to go to Venezuela and remind you of the oil tankers in Venezuela with the high profile technology that allowed them to evade American radar on shipping and satellites. And what do we come to learn from Iran? That Iran is the one who makes such technology and shares it with who? Their proxies, right? The missiles, the radar, the tech, the drones are all farmed out to Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, and the Houthis in that Venezuelan oil tanker that we captured, that Biden sanctioned. Now keep in mind, Biden didn't take down the tanker. Biden didn't take down Maduro. Biden did up the bounty on Maduro. Did you know Biden put a bounty of $10 million on Maduro's head? We're talking about Venezuela. Did you know Biden and we're talking about the oil tanker, we're talking about the drug. Did you know Biden put a bounty of $10 million on Maduro? He didn't do anything. He didn't do shit. Just like he didn't deport a lot of the people he let in. Trump, when they got pissed off at Trump going to Venezuela, I don't know why they were pissed off. Trump just went through on the Biden warrant. Biden issued the warrant. Trump upped it to 25 million. And I said Marco Rubio started negotiating in back channels with Maduro to get him out of Venezuela safely before a protest led to his demise. And Marco Rubio got him and his wife out safely, and we got Venezuela. Now we're getting Cuba, and we're going to get Iran. Liberal social media is telling you that we're losing in Iran. I don't see where. If you understand geopolitics, how can Iran be winning if the Straits of Hormuz are closed? Iran is effectively closed. Can we have a real discussion today? If the Straits of Hormuz are closed, Iran is effectively closed and dying slowly like a grape on the vine every single fucking day. Millions and trillions in barrels and money not going in or going out. I don't know why CNN is not telling you the reality that Iran, someone said they're basically a gas station. I think that's a very rude insult, but if you take the analogy that Iran is a gas station, what the fuck happens if you close the gas station? The gas station can't stay closed forever because it's no longer what, you guys? If the gas station doesn't sell gas, it ceases to be a gas station, and then it just becomes a fucking blot in the fucking desert. If Iran doesn't get back to business, it's business time. Yeah, the Straits of Hormuz have to be back open. We have to get barrels flowing and moving and going. It's business time. The Straits of Hormuz have been shut the fuck down. As long as they're closed, Iran has no money to be found. You know why? It's business time. How can they sustain a war effort if the Straits of Hormuz are closed? How can anyone? Europe is going to be affected by the Straits of Hormuz. India, did you guys know we just made a deal with India? Do you know it's getting late? So it's getting late. And I don't want to be here. I want to smoke a joint and go eat a taco. It's getting late. And I don't want to be here. I want to smoke a joint and go eat some tacos. It's getting late. Man, we had a good podcast today, man. We had a good... Grady, you's a dirty dog. Grady's a dirty dog. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Yeah, man. But think about what I just said at the end, man. Think about what we just discussed. If the Straits of Hormuz remain closed, it's the same thing that happened in Cuba. It's the same thing that happened in Cuba. I don't think they want Trump to lose so bad that they cannot give you just common sense. This is what people really that don't agree with me hate, when I come with these common sense and they know that God has given me these ideas because they just hear me talking shit and then I say a diamond, I say a gem. That's what pisses people off, because they're at home and they don't like me and they think I'm wrong, but then I say something like, fuck, he's right. Fuck, if the Straits of Hormuz remain closed, Iran is effectively fucking closed. I don't like it. I don't like Trump. I don't like this black guy. I don't like MAGA, but fuck, If the Straits of Hormuz are closed and remain closed, Iran is fucked. A lot of other people are fucked too. A lot of other countries are fucked too. It led to us making a deal with India. This is just money, 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 money. We got the oil in Venezuela. We're going to get the oil in Iran. We just made a deal with India. We just opened up coal. France is a dirty bitch behind our back trying to fuck up our peace deal with Russia because we're going to make money in Ukraine. Yeah, I said we're going to make money in Ukraine, but France is jealous. France is a dirty, jealous motherfucker. That's why we say fuck NATO, because we see you, France. We see you. We see you. We see you, Macron. We see you, Spain. We see you, Pedro. We see you, dirty Sanchez. We see you. You don't love us. You don't want the best for America, you dirty motherfucker. You don't. I argue you never did. I argue you never did. I argue you never did. You's a dirty motherfucker. Dirty motherfucker. I argue they never did, man. They don't love America the way we love America, man. They don't love our country, man. They love France. They love France. They love France. But we love America. We love America.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. I love this country. I'll protect this bitch.
One more time.
Hey, I don't know who need to hear this. You know what I'm saying? I see a lot of people be talking shit about America. Hey, if you don't like America, go to another country, bitch. I love this country. I'll protect this bitch.
I just had to say that one time. Shout out to my brother Spitter, man. I just had to say that one time. I just want to show you the pain. Y'all want to take a look at the pain. The Democrats don't want you to do nothing but feel pain. I don't think the Democrats...
The carriage where all the luggage comes in.
I don't think the Democrats are happy unless you feel pain. It's their business model. It's my pleasure. It's my pleasure.
Damn, that call out rate is really imperative right now. If you look down this line here as we shoot through some of the passengers, you can see how many empty seats are open right now. That's normally full, especially with the day where they're expecting spring break travelers. We're seeing a lot of call outs here. We've been talking to folks who work around the airport. They say they've never seen the amount of call outs that are going on. Just yesterday, there was a food drive for TSA workers. They were going downstairs, getting water, peanut butter, and bread. So you understand the pain point that they're under right now as they're not being paid. And then you see what's happening to the traveling public. This line stretches all the way past the carriage where all the luggage comes in. It's unreal right now. We don't know when it'll get any better. Yeah, you understand that call out rate is really imperative right now. If you look down this line here as we shoot through some of the passengers, you can see how many empty seats are open right now. That's normally full, especially with the day where they're expecting spring break travelers. We're seeing a lot of call outs here. We've been talking to folks who work around the airport. They say they've never seen the amount of call outs that are going on. Just yesterday, there was a food drive for TSA workers. They were going downstairs, getting water, peanut butter, and bread. So you understand the pain point that they're under right now as they're not being paid. And then you see what's happening to the traveling public. This line stretches all the way past the carriage where all the luggage comes in. It's unreal right now. We don't know when it'll get any better. Yeah, you understand that call out rate.
Results of the Democratic shutdown. Shut it down. Shut it down. Results of the Democratic shutdown. That's what the Democrats want to do. That's how the Democrats feel about you. This is the results of the Democratic shutdown. And what else I had to show you guys, man? Journalist exposes 170 million in alleged California hospice and daycare fraud. This is Nick Shirley in California, and now he's showing same thing, hospice fraud in California. I don't know if y'all seen that. Nick Shirley with the hospice fraud in California.
People. Yet he's just driving away in his Cybertruck, won't even answer any questions. Let's see, we have another rich person as well that's getting rich off this hospice. This guy's leaving as well. So the two people that walked out of Holy Angels, they're in a brand new Cybertruck and a new BMW. How lucrative of a business is hospice? I'm seeing a Cybertruck here in a nice BMW. It's good. Yeah, because it looks like, for instance, Guardian of Angels, that used to be here, $4.8 million they built the state of California. And how many clients do you guys have?
Brother, do you have a badge? Do I need to answer your question?
I'm just curious.
It's not mine. I just work.
Yeah. You must be getting paid pretty well, right?
Bro, this is my parents, bro.
Do your parents run the hospice?
They don't work.
No. Who's that guy in the Cybertruck? He's your uncle. So it's like a family business to own the hospices. But why was he walking out of the hospice then too?
Brother, can you leave me alone?
Like these hospices, there's nothing inside of them.
If it's not you guys, how come you're in the
If it-
newest
yeah, if it-
BMW and the newest Cybertruck?
Brother, because
I can only imagine what the guy who's in charge is
because of hospital. Brother, leave me alone.
Just all the other hospices? Do you like taking care of old people? Like, are you the one going out visiting the hospice patients, sir? Uh-oh, he's gonna have to do another point turn.
Yeah, you guys are in my fucking way. Move.
You could just go that way. What's the key to opening up a hospice if I wanted to open up one? Because you're in the family business of hospices. If I want to open my own. What do you do for work here?
Huh?
What do you do for work here?
Why?
Oh, we're just looking around. We're seeing all these hospices, so we're just curious.
Well, I don't know, man.
Word got out that I was inside of the plaza and all the fraudsters started hopping in their cars, leaving the scene.
Excuse me. Let's see if they can just answer our questions really quick. Hello, can we ask you a quick question? Driving out in a brand new M8. They can't get out that easy. How can I get an M8 as well? Should I open up a hospice? Driving out in a brand new M8 BMW M8 competition. Listen to this thing. This is the sound of hospice money.
We're getting hospice money. We're getting hospice money. We're getting hospice money.
Because of Dr. Oz.
We're getting hospice money.
His business.
We're
is not
getting
open
hospice
today.
money.
Seems like this mafia right here.
We're getting
is naming all of
hospice
their
money.
Companies after the word angel. We have Angels of Valley Hospice. We have Angels of Haven, Angels of Peace, Light of Angels. Yet the BMWs, one right here, one right there, two brand new Mercedes over there. It just is unbelievable the amount of money that these people are making, and they're not even trying to hide it. Buying these luxury cars, each and every single person's wearing some sort of designer clothing as well. And this building looks like it used to be some sort of old motel that has turned into some cash grab, money grab for hospices here. Would you like to give any last statement about what's going on here? Nothing? Because it seems like it was pretty good family business. Another guy just pulled out in the M8 competition.
Good for them, bro. Why are you guys pocket watching, bro? Leave the fucking people alone.
Because this is taxpayers' dollars that are paying for all this stuff.
Okay. The fuck is it? That ass just worked.
With taxpayers' dollars receiving money from Medicare, Medicaid, Medi-Cal, you name it. And it just seems like a lot of people are getting rich off of
I'm busy, bro. I have work.
the death of old people. What do you do for work here?
Bro.
It's sad to think about it. Here in the United States, we're literally being defrauded by people who are taking advantage of old people, young people in daycares, disabled people with autism clinics, and no one's doing anything to stop it. So I think it's time we stand up to these fraudsters and tell them, let them know, you are stealing from everyday American citizens. People can't afford homes, rents are expensive, their insurance is expensive, everything's getting more and more expensive. And if we don't crack down on this fraud, national debt's going to continue going up. This is just one of the factors that affects the national debt, and we're going to lose the value of our own dollar. So people, If they want to really fight to keep America great, a great way to do it is by fighting fraud, because this is just unbelievable. You have people who drive around in BMWs, M8 competitions, Mercedes. Meanwhile, everyday American citizens are struggling to be able to afford their own bills.
Good night, everybody. I love you. God bless America. God bless America. God bless you. God bless everybody in the chat. Every day, Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Hit the notification bell. When you subscribe, hit the plus sign so you can become a member. We run the Somalian special. You see, they driving M8 competition BMWs. You could help them buy a BMW, or you could become a member of my channel. You might want Somalian fraudsters to have BMWs. You might not care if my little girl goes to Disneyland. But if you give a fuck about American fathers, double tap, hit the like button, subscribe, hit the plus sign, become a member. Tell everybody you just became a Somalian special. Trump TPS expired March 17th. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Let's see what happens if the Supreme Court holds it up. And let's see if we start to see Somalians on their way back on the boat, getting the fuck out of here with their pirating ass. Again, every day at 1 p.m., Monday through Friday. Double tap, hit the like button, like, share, and subscribe. When you subscribe, you'll get the plus sign to become a member. I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow, man. I had a great time today. I pray you did too. Prayer covering over Trump. Everybody in the chat, God bless Trump. God bless America. God bless the memory of Charlie Kirk. Yo, you guys, I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow at 1 p.m. Great show today. Very proud of you guys. Proud of my representatives. Let me go through who I starred today. Shit, I took my glasses off. Let me read this list real quick. Who I got? I got J-Man. I got Grady. J-Man a couple times. 7 Up the Ghost. Eric Jordan with the $2 super chat. Katharina Kiss. Jizz Chimp, that is hilarious. David G with the $5 super chat. Tall Free 3816. Tall Free came through a couple times along with Grady after the food today. Prometheus gifted a membership. Thank you, Prometheus, for gifting that membership. And then Greg D5 got also, that was all the people comments that I starred and highlighted. Wanted to give an extra shout out to you guys at the end of the podcast just to show I love you and thank you for your support. Oh, and social media all-star, who else? Old Crone, Jeff 16, Y8, 20 Toa, that beautiful, sexy, My Little Pony Cuban. Holla at your boy. We can go do some bailar. We could go do some bailar back behind the bleachers. Man, is it better behind the bleachers? It seemed to be wetter behind the bleachers. Maybe because we was gonna get caught. Double tap Prometheus. Who else? Did I leave out anybody? Branch, COVID. That's a hell of a name. Branch, Comedian 75. Funky Comedina. Funky Comedina. Branch Comedina 75. Funky Branch Comedina. Shout out to your Funky Branch. I love you, man. Shout out to your Funky Branch. Oh, did I mean Roman Fernandez, Greg, Roman came in and he wasn't even on our side, man. If you guys remember, Roman came in and Roman wasn't on our side, but Roman changed his mind, man. How proud are we of Roman, man? Roman changed his mind, and now Roman is fucking with the cause. We love you too, Roman. We love you too, Roman, man. I got nothing but love for you, baby. I got nothing but love for you, Roman. So shout out to you, Roman, man. Thank you for rocking with the movement, man. I tell people a lot. You don't have to agree. Just be respectful of the cause. You know what I'm saying? That's all we do. So shout out to you. Thank you for hanging out with us, man. Truly, truly great. We having a good time as we get out of here. Did I shout everybody out who got their comment highlighted? I think I shouted everybody out who got their comment highlighted. J-Man, 7 Up the Ghost, Branch Covidian, 20 Toa. Did I get it? I think I got everybody. Grady really acted a fool today. Yo, I got everybody. Salute to you guys. Love you guys. Thank you so much, man. Tomorrow, 1 p.m., all we do is win Wednesdays, wiggle Wednesdays. We're going to do it wiggling. 1 p.m. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Hit the notification bell so you know when I go live, because you know I'll be on that CPT time. Not EBT, CPT, colored people time, man. So I might be 10, 15 minutes late. People in the chat, this is a great time to make a joke where you can say, motherfucker, you late every day, you know. I don't do it on purpose. I'll be beautifying myself, you know. But I love you. I always make it on time, in time, every time, perfect time. Y'all have a good night.